We look at you holistically. Um, what you studied, your experience, all those basic things. Then the uh, most important part of our interview is the one done by the people and culture team, the HR team, where they try to know you beyond all the technical skills you've exhibited. We've had people that score high in technical assessment, but when it came to people and culture interview, they didn't really do well because we are looking for a complete person. You're not just good at what you do, you're also a good individual, you're also a patient person, you're also someone that can be empathetic to people. So I think the people and culture does a good job to kind of, with the kind of questions they ask you, find, okay, what should we take, what we shouldn't take. Yeah. So beside the technical skills, we look out for the people skills and the social skills as well. Yeah. Then the last question around the articles, the reports. Yes. So we've come to the conclusion that reports. I don't like the sound of my voice. We've come to the conclusion that reports are a good way to attract a new set of audience because we don't have a lot of very good reports in the Nigerian space. The reports are either too technical that people don't read, it's only for the investment manager guys, or it's too dumbed down, it doesn't have any value, it's just aspire to perspire. So, what we decided is to find good technical reports that can be made easy for everybody, whether you are a young person, you're an adult. So that's the idea behind the report. And then it's also a growth channel for us. People read the reports, they are, inspired to take a step. Yeah. Thank you.
So, no, I need to answer, so you shouldn't do worry and choose not to answer.
You can choose not to. You know you will choose to answer.
Okay.
Okay, so this is more like just like I said, you might choose not to answer because the question will come, you might not want to give an answer. So this is from how social media, because I'm a social media strategist here, and this the basis of what we do is using data to run marketing and inclining into stories of brands, BTC or SaaS brands. Yeah. So in terms of career wise, that's why if you notice the question I asked you was the personal story to how you both started career wise. Yeah. So now people know that customers buy stories, yeah, influencers. That's how influencers started. But now the trend is shifting because now the data is higher to which people patronize brands or services. It's through the story. They don't usually buy the product, they buy the story behind it. Now the idea is that there has always been, I don't want to use it as a misconception, but a not fully understanding to what Carrywise story is. When people mention Carrywise and PiggyVest, everybody knows PiggyVest is savings. Everybody knows Carrywise is savings, but I've always known that PiggyVest doesn't have mutual funds and commercial papers. Carrywise does, yeah. So Carrywise story is more of an investment than a savings, which PiggyVest doesn't have. So what I'm trying to put out is that Kaiwa's story needs to double down on this is our story of why we started and this is what we are pushing so that the narrative will be so clear that whenever I think of investment, I'm thinking career wise, although I can still see. So now this is it because the data of Spanish story is increasing. Career story investment needs to be higher. And career story of bringing in employee personal branding can push it to, I can almost say the next level because it's social media and it's based on data. So I don't know if I'm asking a question or I'm giving a suggestion, but I'm saying that career story needs to double down on investment. And if you could leverage on employee personal branding.
Okay. That's a good suggestion. Is Mo here? Okay. Mo is in the growth team. So she will take your advice and take it back to our team. But thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a wonderful time. Thank you.
And passing the microphone.
Okay. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, everyone, for coming around. It's nice to see your faces. And I think you guys sort of saw our plan because the plan was for Ed to start us off, talk about the vision of the company, how it started. And then for the more specific questions, we now take them to the different teams. But you guys already asked him a lot of HR questions. So can I just go? All right. So what we'll do in the time we have left would be to, you have not asked him about HR, but to give context to, to give context, right, I'd like to know a bit about us. I'm not Ed. I'm not at that level yet, so I won't remember all your names if you tell me, right? But I would like to know maybe your first name and maybe a bit of a background as maybe what you currently do and why you're part of this one-day internship. We can start from the back and come to the front. So let's go with you.
Look at my name, right?
Yes. So what you do and why you're part of this internship.
Okay, my name is Udo.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, why I'm part of this internship is that one thing that I started carrying my is they are simplifying messaging.
Simplicity. Okay.
And they make investing more easy to start. Like just like they said, the core messaging when they started was same as low as 100, but the messaging was clear. So I
Okay.
love their clarity in messaging, and also I love their user experience on the app. So I
Okay.
say, okay, let me come and learn what goes on behind the scene.
Oh, okay. Awesome. So because of time, we just move on. So simplicity.
Hi, my name is Sherry, and I work in communications and content as well. I'm here because I love how career shows up online, and I really just wanted to, see a bit of behind the scenes of how it should. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, everyone. My name is Chiso Okori, and I'm the co-founder and operations lead at Williams.
Okay.
So I had met Mr. Edward at the FinTech events of Flutterby. I liked how you spoke. I checked calorie-wise and all. So when I saw the link for this application, I was like, hey, let me come and get the
Connect more with Ed, have you?
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Hi, I'm Adrian. So Adrian. So I work as a sales and marketing lead for a logistic company, and I'm also a founder. Yeah, so I love CarryWise. I've been using CarryWise for a while now, and I love their simplicity and innovation.
Okay. Simplicity.
Hi, my
Innovation.
name is Ifeoluwa, and I'm a social media manager. I'm here just to learn from the marketing team. And yeah, just learn on what to do.
My name is James, so I'm a student. But I work as an ambassador and a marketing professional. So I came here to learn from the group's marketing team.
Okay, here to learn. Okay.
Hey everybody, my name is Victor. I'm a social media manager. I'm just a Carrywise fanboy. I really love Carrywise.
Correct.
I've been using Carrywise for a long time. So I'm just here to learn a bit about Carrywise.
Okay.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth. I'm a social media manager in the hospitality industry, and I just love CarryWise because they like roll out good piece. I like reading quality content, and over time they really need that. So let's put like a face to the names. Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Okay, so you came to meet the people behind the content. Okay.
Hi, my name is Lifa. I work as a communication lead for non-profit, a special foundation, and we are trying to scale up in terms of our growth, in terms of our brand awareness. And I know CarryWise has a very good, like most people are saying, it's always fun to interact with you guys online. And I think I just wanted to, take a peek behind the curtains and see what's going on.
Sadly, we won't be able to charge you, but it's fine.
I'll still try.
All right.
Hi, my name is Philip. So I work as a marketing and sales lead for an editor. So I'm just here to class with new marketing and social media because I want to drive it through organic. Yeah. I want to learn something guys.
Okay. All right.
Hi, my name is Ngozi.
So basically, carry wise on Twitter. You're always commenting us. The person, your social media friend is really, really good. I just wanted to just learn, just know what the people behind people do, especially SEO. Because I'm into SEO, I also want to know what the person exactly does. Just want to learn from the good thing and just get more experience and knowledge.
Okay, awesome. Let's see.
Alright, my name is Mary. I'm into inbound marketing strategy. I really learned how human Cowrywise has presented the brand, and I just like wanted to take the opportunity to see the mind and the strategy behind the marketing.
Oh, awesome. You want to see what's behind the mask. Okay.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Hallelujah. I'm a photographer. I have a photography business and I do a lot of marketing for the business and also I just came here for the exposure and connection because I need customers too. And yeah, basically that's it.
Okay. I'm sure you'll connect with more after this session, Sabi.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi everyone, my name is Fosi. I work in a marketing agency as a marketing associate. I'm here because I'm a tech enthusiast. I've followed Carrywise since 2017 actually. So it's just a wonderful opportunity to come and see how things are run behind the scenes and connect
Yeah, that's a summary about me. And I have Precious here, also from the People and Culture team. So together we'll take any questions you have not asked Ed about HR. So they've asked Ed about firing people. Yeah, very important. Yeah, but yeah, so we can take your questions now. Yeah.
So I assume that every once in a while, somebody reaches out to a team member or a marketing manager. So, all right, so I assume that like every once in a while, somebody reaches out to a team member or a marketing manager or somebody on management level of any sort, right? And the person sends a pitch, okay, an idea that they would like ROIs to work on. And let's say the market manager says, I think this person will be a good fit for the team. So, like, how do you evaluate this person is worth checking out, this person is worth bringing on the team? That's my question.
So how do we tell who is worth checking out and who is worth bringing on the team? I would say that work starts from that person because you sending the pitch, it's on you to catch our attention for us to see, oh, is there something to check here? But to the in-house bit now, which is now how do we evaluate such things? Are we talking about the person perspective or the value perspective? So maybe if I can clarify what I mean, the person perspective is, am I looking for a job in career wise? Value is maybe I want to execute something or I'm doing this. Can you partner with me? So is it about I want to work with career wise
Yes,
or
I want
what?
to work with CarryWise. So like somebody has an idea and sends it to, let's say, the content person. And the content person says, oh, look, we could execute this, but maybe you can come in and work with us to execute this. Not a partnership. This is just like maybe an unpaid role set, right? So how does the team evaluate, let's bring this person in? Now let's not do it now. Because Ed mentioned that the team is really lean, right?
Yeah.
So like how do you evaluate when to give it a green light, when to say no for now?
Okay, and I'll try to not speak HR, right? Because I will not go into how do you evaluate your jobs, know what you need, the capacity you have, workforce planning, all of that. It would start with what value is the person proposing, and then do we need that? And if we need that, when do we need it? You could bring something that is very valuable, but it's what we need maybe 2 years from now. Maybe we'll just tell you it is nice, we'll keep this as part of things we're looking at, but it is not for now. So we'll come back to you later. So that's basically how we would evaluate that. So it's a case of which team can better decide around this. Is it for me? Is it for somebody else? If it's for me, let me evaluate it and see if it's a need we have. And then when we need that thing, if it's not for me, then I pass on to the right person who can make that call around whether we need it and when we need it. Does that answer? All right.
So I was going to ask, just taking off from his question, like, does Carywise get a lot of those like, pitches, like, or less?
Oh yes. From where I sit in HR or people and culture, we do get a lot of those, and we get it from both sides, from the value side, and from the I want to work with you side. Yeah, so we get a whole lot of those. So we have to constantly evaluate and see what we need and when we need it.
Second question is, how the culture of Carywise, what are the things that you guys do to ensure that there is like a culture where everyone feels seen, everyone feels heard, like so there's no toxic work culture, and how do you weed it out? Like, are there some warning signs I see?
Hmm. Okay, so how do we make sure that our culture stays consistent and that people don't erode it over time? When I talk about culture, I remember one time in a meeting, my CEO once asked me, "Why are you always speaking on me?" And the answer is very simple. We can have all the nice details, we can paste frames. Okay, there's one there, set the bar high. You see different things around the office. But if the leaders, who are the ones that have influence on people, do not live out those values, do not model the culture for others to see, the things on the wall, the articles we write will just be a waste of time. So our leaders, Ed and Razak, live out the culture, and then everybody else sort of mirror it from them. That's on one hand. The second part to that culture question is what guardrails do we then put in place to ensure that as we behave, as we hire, we do not lose it? Now I'm coming back to HR, performance management. Before we even go into the work you do, we took some time to sit down and we talked about what should a typical career-wise person look like, not physically, in terms of the behaviors that they exhibit, in terms of how they manage themselves as people. And then we narrowed that down to four different aspects. So we look at career people from four different angles. We have the leadership and growth bits, which is, am I focused on what I'm doing now, or am I building capacity for the future? Then we looked at the business angle. Do I even understand what we are doing here? And the space in which we are doing it. Space can be the market as a whole, the country we are in, all of those things. Which is why Ed spoke earlier about when somebody joins, after a while you expect them to know what we're doing, at increasing levels. Third, we have the social bit, which is, am I just about give me a laptop, let me do my work, send me a request, it's done, we move on? Or am I able to collaborate effectively? Like that example he gave of, I'm a carpenter and I see a wiring issue. Do I just do my carpentry and leave the danger there? Or I leave my carpentry and call for help? Guys, let's work together and solve this while I'm still doing my carpentry. So those are the first three. And the technical one is what we, shall I say, value the least. I mean, they all have value because if I'm being hired to do HR, it is given I should be able to do HR. If I can't do HR, there's a big problem. If you are meant to do SEO and you can't, there's a big problem. You're meant to do social media and you can't, there's a big problem. So, to summarize what I've said, I mean, the leaders are the pillars of the culture. That's one. And then what do you then have in place? And make sure that so we have set criteria for each of those four attributes at different levels. So I'm just finishing from school. I haven't worked much. We have what we expect you to be able to behave in those each of those four attributes. Then as you rise, there are different expectations. So it's able for us to check: are you living out our culture or not? And then we can always evaluate. I think I hand was up before you, so I'll come back to you.
Sorry, how many more people have questions? Question is still here. Yeah. I don't want to know because of the time. So just two more people. Okay, three more people. Four people.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Just so you introduce yourself.
So, trust me, they give me one as a barbarian. I'll just pass it to her. So, yeah.
Okay. So I think it was Precious that said you have a hybrid work model, right? So I would like to know if this has always been the case, or are there specific teams that work remotely, and how has that affected productivity, overall productivity? Sorry.
So hybrid model. I would say it was COVID that helped most people to embrace remote work. And then after we could come back to the office, most of us realized that we don't actually have to be in the office. We can even do more from home. And then hybrid became the intent. But to our model, because of time, um, we don't have teams that work fully from the office, and we don't have teams that work fully from home. Every team works hybrid. But what we've done is to make things flexible. And you will see that in many things that we do as well. For context, right, this might help some of the other questions. We operate a culture that we say people are free. We don't dictate a lot of details. You're free to figure out the details by yourself. We just give you the vision. But then we also expect you to be accountable. So you own the results. We just give you the vision. You own how you want to get there. So we don't define for all the teams. We leave teams to decide what works for them. But we know that we have hybrid.
Thank you.
My question is just from his question. Has has it ever worked, or have you ever employed somebody who said, "Okay, I want to work with CarryWise. This is what I can bring to this team." Has it ever worked for anybody? That's my question.
Short answer, yes. And I think the most popular one is the CX manager who sent an email, and she's been the first CX person at CarryWise, and she currently leads a much larger team of CX people. So yes, short answer. Should we just go like this? So we go first.
Okay, so what's one thing CarryWise does differently with people and culture and like the teams that you're proud of? Also, how do you help people grow in their roles, like mentorship, trainings, and things like that? One more thing. When there's junior staff or interns, what are things they do, behavioral traits that you know are common with people that go on to thrive in CarryWise?
So the internship part I'll leave for Precious because I'm not very involved in that. But the first two questions, can you repeat them quickly?
Um, the how CarryWise
What's different?
what's
Yeah.
different here?
Okay.
And the other question,
Yeah, how
the
we
question
grew or
was
grow
how you
people.
guys grew.
Okay, great. So what's different? I would say in an ideal climb would be standard, right? Which is the HR team does not do HR. So we are not the police that will come and track. You should be here at 7. You're not here, or we won't come and set goals for you in your team. This is what you should do. Ideally, the HR manager for everybody is their line manager. So our work is just to help them to be great managers. So if you couple that with our idea of people being free to run their teams, we just give them some principles to guide them through those daily. So I said that is very different. That's freedom. Many of the things you would companies, this is the process. It is do not have. However, the hard work we have to do. How do we do that? How do we do all of those while still staying compliant with the laws and regulations that guide, this country and the state? Is that freedom? On how we develop people, I'll say there's a very heavy focus on that from us. The way I put it is that what separates us from most startups, our age, our size, would be we don't focus on the output from each person. We focus on how much we can grow each person, and that then grows the output from those people. So we have a lot of things around. You can just go and take a course. You don't have to come to us. I hereby write this email to request. Can I fill this form? We don't have those series of things to do. Just this course is good for me. Go and take it. Would reimburse you for it.
Our interns here asking
questions that you would make you doubt if they were still in schools. So we see this, we see the never stop learning part of them. We have projects, we have tasks we want to do. Currently, we have interns in data team, and then they brought the idea that they can do this in growth. And we see them also going to growth team. So we see the curiosity in them, we see the willingness to learn, we see them trying to set the bar high. Yes, you are here for something else, you are in data team, but you see something you can add value in growth team. They're not just facing their business. Like the analogy Ed gave with the carpenter and the wiring, they're not just facing their data business. They are seeing growth team and they're saying, no, I think I can bring one or two contacts and you can see. And that's one of the values that's one of the things we look out for people. And also they have the keep it real and keep it simple. Keep it real is we say things the way we say what we mean and we mean what we say. And we see these values in our interns in the way they communicate with us. We see them how the way they have conversations with us, how they place themselves out there. They take ownership of tax also. So we didn't explicitly come and tell them that you are an intern and we are going to use it for social media content. We're going to use it to do this. But we see the willingness that they want to be in this video. Can I do this? Can I do this? I have this idea. And these are things that make CarrieWise who we are today. The idea everybody brings together. And I would like to add that one of the things that shocked me when I joined CarrieWise was our product meeting. Ideally, the product meeting is supposed to be for the product guys. But yeah, we have everyone coming together. So technically, you can see a feature on our app that is not brought for the product person. It's maybe someone in CX who thought that this feature would be good. So when we put all this together, it's those are the cultures we see, those are the characteristics we see in people that we say that, oh, this person is going to go far.
Thank you.
Thank you, Precious. And if you check, you will see that there's also elements of freedom in how why these things are coming to play. So just two more, right?
No, she has asked my question.
Okay, so one more.
I want to ask a question. It might not be directly related to career wise. So I have a question. It might not be directly related to career wise, but because of what you said okay, the working culture, yeah, the flexibility, willingness to learn, and all of those things. So in a situation where this is like a general question directed to an HR personnel, in case you find yourself in an environment where all of these things are not seen as norm, what would you do in that type of situation? Like when you are a person that you like going, but people see that you are doing too much. So in that situation, what advice would you give?
Sorry, quick one. Has anybody selected one? There are lots of everybody. You just selected it. Would you want to inform so everybody has selected like yeah.
Okay, before I answer his questions, I learned we have online audience. So please, if you have questions for us, you can feel free to type them and we will take them. So your question was around the freedom and the way we operate here. But I like how you put a caveat to say you're asking me as an HR person a general question. So you were asking if I find myself in a different place, how would I manage?
A situation where your willingness to learn and your curiosity to grow is seen as you are doing too
Oh, okay. My willingness to learn and curiosity to grow is being seen as I am doing too much. To be honest, I will start with saying that culture is very powerful. Um, I would need to be able to manage my willingness to grow and being willing to learn within the context where I find myself. Um, in culture, we have something we call, I think one of the schools of thought called it informal leaders. People that they might not be the most senior, they might not be the people that have the office, but their impact can be significant. And if you are not in the right culture, which what you describe sort of sounds like, those people can frustrate you, to be honest. They can even find a way to get you out. So I would say, first of all, manage myself within that culture, such that do I have a position here? Am I connected here? Bringing it back to our own culture, which we believe is that. That's why we have that social bit. Can I connect and function in this space? But if that is not there, then I would say if you're in the right place, let nobody make you feel like you are doing too much. Number one, people first, because they will act in the interest of the business, right? And you doing too much, wanting to learn, wanting to grow means you will also be doing, because you won't grow if you do not do, and you won't do if you do not learn. Which then means that whatever it is I'm trying to grow at, or whatever I'm doing based on what I'm learning, is for the benefit of the business. And I don't think the owners of that business would stand back and watch somebody who is adding a lot of value be forced out or be pushed out. So I would say even you letting yourself be made to feel like you're doing too much might be the beginning of doing injustice to that vision. The right culture, the right environment, you're adding value, they support you to make the most of that value, and that would also help you grow. So culture first, then adding value. All right. So I think that's our last question. Oh, okay. Before we check with the online guys.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So, my first question is, have you ever had a situation where you had to deal with personality clashes between, say, like a line manager? Because you said you enable, like, you don't do you're supposed to be here on time, you let the line managers do that. So, have you had issues where it seemed like it was a manager's word against a person's word? And how did you, like, figure that out? How did you rule on such a case? And then, secondly, people evolve, people grow, people go into different phases of their lives. So, how do you help them stay productive while moving through the other things of life that are not necessarily like work related? Say someone's getting married, someone had a kid. How do you help them, you know, keep their productivity and keep the vision in front of them as they're moving? Thank you.
So I'll take the second question first, which is how you manage people based on where they are and what they need to manage. Again, I always say that people first. And one thing I discuss with our managers here is how the critical way to manage, or the important way to, okay, let me say lead, even if I'll still say, okay, manage actually, is to manage the person, not manage the work. I also encourage us, which is what I do in my team as well, to lead the people and not lead the work. If I'm leading the person, I'm connected with you. If you have a spouse, I probably have met your spouse. I know your spouse's name. If you have kids, so that way I know when things are happening in your life. Say somebody who used to deliver, a lot begins to slack. I might not even have to ask before I figure maybe there's something wrong or going on with their child, or they are in the hospital or something. So in that way, you're connecting. You're even asking after that child before you ask about the work. So that way, people on their own would even be motivated to deliver, because they know that when that slack is needed, you're not putting fire on them to say, "Give me the work." You know that there's a slack needed, and on their own, when the slack goes away, they come back and pick up. So managing the people more than you manage the work is a very critical part. I think the first question, yeah, clashes. Um, yeah, interestingly, no, but is it happening? I would say yes. And here is why I say that. When things come to us as people and culture, we don't come into, we want to find out who is right and who is wrong, so that we can pass judgment on who needs to get the judgment right. Our approach typically is, if I write 6 here in some fonts, from your view, you're seeing 9 and it is valid. That is what you see from the way you can say it, which can be, the environment where you grew up, your views of life, your nature, trainings you've had, where you've worked, all of those things. And to me, I can see 6. Why are you saying 9? So instead, what we try to do is to get both parties to try to shift perspective. So I come to your position and try and see, oh, okay, are you really saying 9 or is it 6? Then I make you come to mine as well. In most cases, one of two things would happen. We'll end up seeing something completely different that is like a hybrid of the two, or one person shifts base. Either I go to his position and see 9, or he comes to mine and sees 6. So it's not, oh, this person was lying or this person was saying this. It's we're seeing things from different perspectives, but we find a way to help the two parties mind and then come to what they both need to say. All right. Since there are no other questions or any questions from the online audience, Precious.
So yeah, there is a question, but we're going to push that question towards the panel section.
Oh, great.
So it's not directed at HR.
All right. Um, on that note, I would like to say thank you. But before we leave, Precious had hinted about them. So I'll just values, because you would find that everything we do in Cowrie Wise and the people who are thriving, which is most of us, or almost all of us, we apply those values in doing things we do,
feel so, I don't know, holding this sounding like Cotty or Tayo I know or something. Yeah. Um, ah, studies. So yeah. So that's actually a support question, right? And if I'm right, I know our fast response time or whatever is about 5 minutes or something. Yeah. So it's about 5 minutes. Um I don't handle inbounds, right? I just do handbounds. If that's how you guys use it in CX, yeah. I just do outbounds. I don't do inbounds. Okay, yeah. Fantastic question. I send emails, I write in CarryWise. This morning, I don't write like 2 emails. The one you got for virtual, I'm not sure if your phones are with you. Sorry. I thought it was campus ambassadors. We don't allow, hey, sorry.
Don't worry, don't worry.
So yeah, I write emails every day, right? But not all customers get emails every day, right? We have different segments, different attributes that determines the kind of email you get. But something is constant. Sorry. Something is constant. Every CarryWise customer gets an email every Monday morning at 9 a.m. And this has been a tradition, maybe even when I was still in 100 level, before I joined CarryWise, before I ever got to know what CarryWise is about. So we send Monday nudges at 9 a.m. every Monday. You can be sure to get it. Oh, best case scenario, maybe because of the um, um, there might be some lag by a few minutes, perhaps because of the service provider, depending on the email service provider you're using, maybe Gmail or Yahoo or Outlook or whatever, right? But on our end, it's sent at 9 a.m. and all things being equal, it should drop in your inbox. And then there are other cases where we send emails. So there are PSA, public announcements, there are product launches, and we don't want to wait till Monday. We want to send it on the weekdays. And then there are other ones that have been automated. I don't like, I think the best part of email that I enjoy or email comes that I enjoy are areas where I have to build workflows, where I have to automate processes. They know me in CX, in growth, in everything in CarryWise. I'm not the best fan of doing manual emails or manual functionalities, right? I just like to build a process around my distance. So there are customers that there are some emails that go they don't go out because I need to or because I'm sitting down to send those emails, right? Some of them are we've built them already since July last year. And if you trigger a condition, if you trigger an attribute, if you trigger an event, if you trigger whatever we are there already set up, right? You get that email, right? There are also transactional emails. There are conditional emails, like say your bites. There are um yeah, there are product-based emails too. We realized that we want to upsell or want to cross-sell. I realized that Chizo she currently uses our savings product, but she doesn't use any of the investment products, right? And we built a process around upselling, yeah, upselling or cross-selling, right? To choose on to say, oh, you already use a savings product, can you then adopt and start to use our investment products? But at that time, it doesn't mean that I am sitting on my laptop typing the emails. I probably have done those things a long time ago, and then I probably just checked to optimize. I checked to look for areas for optimization. So yeah. Okay, so for she says, how do I measure results? I mean, by virtue of universal standards, right, for email marketing, there is open rate first, and then so when you look at the funnel, look at open rates. You look at sends, delivered, open rates, click through, open rates, click through rate, yeah, click through rate, and then there are some other those ones I mentioned earlier are the major ones. You look at sent, delivered, open rate, click-through rate, conversion. Those are the universal ones. And then you look at other ones like bounce rate. You look at unsubscribe. I mean, people unsubscribe from your emails. If I mean, that's a bad sign, anyways, right? So that's how you look at it. Um, and I we boast of a very impressive metric. For context, some of your biggest media houses, tech media houses in Nigeria, their open rate is just about 1%. They send emails to 9,000 people, 90,000 people, and only about 900 people are reading their emails. 2%, 1%. On up to 45% for weekly emails. And for some of these other campaigns, up to right. Like impressive work. It's a function of different things, I promise you. It's a function of trust and equity that we built over time. People see Okwe from CarrierWise, people see Timmy from CarrierWise, and they're eager to want to open that email. Like, oh, what does this guy? Sorry, Okwe is not a okay. Timmy is a guy. What does Okwe or this guy Timmy has to say, right? And then you open it. There's also the function of the subject, right? We send using the subject of our emails, right? So when people come and tell me my open rate in my company is not working. Is it that I don't know how to write? So I'm like, oh no, email. I can't even read the content. So it's not a function of different strategies before the email in itself, from equity, from your from how you look at your copy, and like so many other things, really, right? But it's definitely not the content of your email in that instance, right? So yeah, that's how we measure results, or those are the metrics that we consider. Open rates, and our click-through rate is also freaking impressive, as high as 45% on as high as 45% on the average. I'm giving you 2024 stats now, right? Because I had a yearly report at the end of the year last year. I don't want to mention names, but again, for some of these your other tech firms or tech media houses, in fact, they are actually media houses, tech media houses, and check their rate cards or whatever, right? They'll tell you their open rates, their click-through rates, their whatever, and then you probably be shocked to say, "Oh, really?" But yeah, we have fantastic, impressive, what's it called, success rate so far. Hey, okay. Ah, so Jesus Christ. So there are some things that might be difficult to teach. Maybe because I'm not so much of a teacher, right? But one thing is sure is that if you can be very logical, if you are really, really smart, right? You know what works for what, right? On some days, I spent 3 days. Sometimes I spend 3 days, 7 days before sending an email. I have written my content, but I'm probably not convinced yet that this is going to sell what I needed to sell. I'm probably not convinced enough that this is going to help me achieve what I intend to. And I'll keep iterating, I'll keep optimizing until I get that satisfaction, right? So what I think of is I want to get people curious. So when I'm thinking of subjects, for instance, I sent a mail today and I just sent "We are live." Somebody that has probably forgotten, oh, what is CarrierWise Live about? What's wrong? Is there a new product? Is there a new? But you open the email and you're seeing, oh, I actually registered for 1 day internship. I got virtual, whatever, and I'm supposed to attend virtual event. And then, but after then, you had already opened. You've seen "We are live," right? The one we did on Monday. Let me check very quickly. I think it would be great to use that as a reference. The last one we said on Monday. Yes. What's the title? The subject of the mail. Yeah. A random person will be curious, like, what's again? Am I supposed to come to your office? My own share of CEO's RAM, since he's a Muslim. Are you guys launching something for we Muslims? What exactly is going on, right? We are launching something new. And you'll be very curious enough to want to check the email, right? On some other days, I could do say future self, for instance. I could do something like say your future self has something to say, and you'll be like, I mean, there's just this level of curiosity. My main strategy for subject lines is to get people very curious. Like you need to be very curious enough to want to open the emails. That's my major strategy, right? How do I get people curious? What do I say in? And I try to ensure that it doesn't go beyond 5 words. Because again, when you look at it, if your words are too long, I wouldn't be able to read through, and if you've lost me already, yeah. And you said what? Yeah, one now. And then another thing again is I also leverage pre-header text. Very, very important. Pre-header text, I don't know, it depends on the email, what's it called, tool that you use, right? But ours has a pre-header text feature. It also helps to solidify the content, the what's it called, context of the subject of the mail, right? So yeah, I think you raised his hand first. Sorry.
All right, thank you so much. I would like to ask okay, my name is Edidion. Yeah. Email platform. Mhm. What email platform do you use? Yes, and also what platform will you recommend for a B2B email marketing? And I think you promote B2B. What do you think for B2B marketing email? Thank you.
So we actually do B2B, do B2C, we do B2B to C. That's the regular career is B2C, business to customers. Sprouts is B2B, business to business. And then we have Embed, B2B to C, business to customers, right? And we use Sprout for all of these things. B2B to C, Embed. No, I haven't. Oh, Sprouts by Cowrywise. That's the B2B product. So we is is an investment product for businesses. So yeah, and we use this same tool across all these channels, across all these products, right? And what we currently use is customer.io, CIO. And I promise you, I've worked in different companies. I've used different tools. I've used ConvertKit. I've used um, Mailchimp. I've used so many tools, but I've used Zoho. I don't think that I have enjoyed using customer.io. You probably should pay me or something. I don't think I've enjoyed using customer.io as much as I don't enjoy using customer.io or enjoy using as much as I enjoy using customer.io, right? I was working in a B2B company just before this. We were using ConvertKit. It wasn't we even moved to another one again. It wasn't, but then I joined Career and I started using, and we were using, before then, I'd always heard about how it's so difficult to use. And I mean, knowing me, those are the kind of things that me, I'm always looking for fantastic experience.
Was there any kind of like say internal integration, like people build your own customized to suit what you really want? Maybe some email platform might not really give you, they might just give you templates and pre-designed stuff. So was there anything because you say you have a more robust email platform? So I want to know for you people. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have so many integrations, so many things that we build, so many. I think it was yesterday I was talking about something on my. I was talking about how the part of my work integrates even Google Form. This thing, Apple One Day Internship, you applied on a Google, but you're getting a mail directly from IO. Test an integrator able to show that, but it'd be very nice. There's a pipeline. We have so many integrations. For instance, our okay, back to the question about templates. We build our templates for every kind of maybe campaign is the word, right? So yeah, we build our templates. We don't use the default template. Yeah, of course, we are a big brand, so yeah, we have to act big. We have to act like what we are. So yeah, we have easier for us because we have that resources. We have that engineering resources. We have that technical prowess, right? And we are able to do all of those things. Maybe a few years ago when we started to, probably we're not. I don't know, right? But right now we have so many integrations from different places, from Google Sheets, from Google Forms, from so many other tools, right? Pulling in attributes. We do webbook services. We do, yeah. So yeah, we have so many integrations really. We don't just say, oh, because they say come and use CIO, can we only use what they give us, right? On different days, I get on the call with the product or engineering team. or if you're whether you do email marketing or you're a generalist. You look at now. Okay, sorry. Can we see?
Hi, Timmy. So I wanted to ask you mentioned my name is Mary. Okay, so you mentioned about like the analytics and all of that. So then again, there is us who are working for these crappy startups who have. I did not mention their name. Okay, so like because again, email marketing thrives on the brand and the trust that's over time. So how to integrate the analytics that I'm seeing in order to, I don't know, to maybe adapt man, improve my click-through rate. It can improve, like, build trust generally. I think that's what I'm asking. Like, for a brand that's just starting out, how do I do that?
So this might be extremely difficult to answer but one thing is very important with email marketing is that segmentation, right? It makes email that I don't care about. Once I see decline, I would immediately delete. Like there are some emails I don't bother opening, not because they are coming from crappy brands. Even some of your I don't open some of the emails from my bank or Stanley Bank or whatever because I can see the subject, I know what it is. I don't care about it. I delete immediately. So segmentation is really important, right? You want to there's something we do in CareerWise that also helps our email rates. If you've not opened any of our emails in the last 6 months, we delete you or not delete you. We don't send you emails until you open any of our emails, right? Now it helps us save costs because of course we pay for the tool in dollars. It also helps us ensure that we are maintaining the decent metric. So you're doing B2B, crappy or no crappy. Are you sure that you're sending emails to people that are really interested in wanting to read your emails? What's your segmentation like? What's your attribution like? Right? Are we rather than just sending? I think it was Vivian the other day that said she sent CXCon email to all. No, I would not send CXCon emails to customers. Some people are in Abuja. Some people are in Abuja. Why do you CXCon or sorry CX blueprint email? They would really not be able to come to Lagos. So imagine sending a mail about an event that will happen in Lagos to everybody in Nigeria. They will definitely not be able to come. And you're eating deep into your other strategies, right? So we just have to in CX because we have that attribution data. Data is also very important. If your data is not robust, it might be difficult to do segmentation. Yeah. So if you want to take it, like I said, it might be difficult to answer that question in just about.
I'm so sorry. So what is apart from the 3Q? So you do
All right, thank you. Hi to me. My name is Caro. Caro. Yeah. So my first question is a personal question, and I'll just get to it. Why email marketing? Did you try your hands on other forms of marketing first, and
right? Like, oh yeah. Like I try to be very, very comfortable. I don't write like, oh, because I'm writing for careers as a company, it has to be whole. Nah. I write, I mean, Okpa is a person, right? Okpa will come and speak to you, I guess. Vivian, is Okpa coming? So yeah, Okpa is a person, right? Timmy is a person. Timmy is not a company, right? It makes sense for us to be very personal. So that's my most important strategy, right? Every other thing comes after. Oh, blah 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 blah. And I think they'll even be fixed with right when you, and also because I mean, well, I've been writing since primary one or something, writing compositions, writing letters, not love letters though. Writing letters to state local government chairman telling them that our road is bad and all of those WAEC examinations, right? So yeah. The other question about automation, yeah. So we currently don't have a use case for that right now, like specifically to what you're talking about. But something similar would be to say that, say we have a workflow, for instance, that's supposed to help convert you to becoming a customer, right? And we are in that workflow, and then you then adopt a product, let's say the savings product. By the time by the time you've started to save, we take you out of that workflow and move it to another workflow. Say a workflow is supposed to help you adopt an investment product, or help you adopt Nest as a product, or help you adopt FSG or something, right? So those are the things we do. Another thing we do again is to ensure that if you've not opened our email, any of our emails in about 6 months, we stop sending you emails so that we can save cost, and we can also perhaps maybe you lose access to that email, or you cannot or something, right? Rather than just keep sending emails bombarding you or something. Yeah. Um what's the last question again? Yeah. Yeah, likely it's just the content, right? Content and the strategy, segmentation, attribution, right? There's an article that talks about how to how to save on CarryWise, right? Or that talks about that explains mutual funds, and we know that people don't know mutual funds, right? Write a short email and then maybe had like a blog link to say you can go read up more on this or something, right? So yeah, that's how we do. Black on black.
All right, thank you. My name is Victor. So my question is, do you get threatened by AI with the rise of AI? Do you think in a few years from now you'd not have a job to do with AI taking people's jobs right now? Or have you found a way to integrate AI into what you're currently doing?
So it's the same way where people say that. So when people talk about AI, my response is usually, um, back in the days, our parents, our forefathers used to trek or ride on horses, right? Cars came into play. Imagine them saying that, oh, we don't want to use cars, we want to keep trekking, we want to keep. Nah. I studied business administration, and one of those things we did was resistance to change, right? So I know better than not to adopt or move with changes, right? There's some things I will just see randomly, and I'm like, oh, I want to try this complex thing. I want to build this complex workflow. I want to do this thing, and I just say, have chats with ChatGPT or Gemini or Copilot or whatever, and then they provide guidelines and whatever. In fact, you can write emails with, of course, like I used to tell people, you can't become a writer with AI. You can only become a better writer with AI, because I mean you need to write your prompt, and if you're not writing a fantastic prompt, you wouldn't get better results from the prompt. So that's another way. I don't get threatened. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think I have. That's never even crossed my mind to be worried. Which AI won't do for me? Fire for fire. Like we'll drag it together or something. So yeah. I think that'll be all. Man, it's been an amazing 25 minutes answering this question. I don't think I've ever talked about email marketing before. Ever. So I've been doing email marketing in career-wise. I only talk about career, talk about academics. Oh, guy, you have to have 5.0 CGPA. Those are the only things I talk about. When people send me messages and say, want to come and speak about marketing, I often reject to say, no, I'm not doing this. But if I don't do this, Vivian report me to HR and I wouldn't get paid. And of course, I love you people. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Timmy. Um,
I hope you guys had. I mean, I fight with Timmy all the time, but he's very good at what he does. So that's why we constantly fight. I hope you had fun, right? And you got as much questions as possible answered. So initially, we were supposed to have a session with both the CEO and CTO. Now Ed was around to speak to you guys for a bit, but Razak was not is not available. But thankfully, Razak decided to send down his mouthpiece to just come and speak to you guys. Yeah, so we have Toby here. He's a technical assistant to the CEO. Now Toby is going to be the mouthpiece of Razak for today. So so if you have any questions that you want to ask the CEO for today, feel free to ask Toby. So yeah, my boss. Welcome.
Can you stop this boss thing? Hi, hello. Sorry, hold on. I'm-
You have to pass the mic around.
Hello. Okay, so I'm not great enough to fill the shoes, but my name is Oluwatobi. Hi. Oh, that's why I was going to plug it here, so it to be okay. Where do I start from? What do I do? What do I do for Razak?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Pretty much everything. What it doesn't have time to do. So maybe I should give you a background of who I am, so you have an understanding as to okay. I started my career as a lawyer, and then I moved on to do investment banking, and then I did a little bit of private market architecture design. I worked at FMDQ, and because I heard about the great culture here, which I'm sure you have experienced, I decided to move it. Also, Razak is a charter holder. I'm also pursuing my CFA. So that was another interesting opportunity. So that gives you an overview as to my background. So what do I do for Razak? So it does a lot of things. And so my role is pretty much to ensure that it is as effective as possible. So strategy, even admin speaking for him, reports, meetings, and all of those little things, just to ensure that again, CarryWise is getting the best out of him. That's what it is. I'm pretty much his robot. It deploys me. So this place is too quiet. You were not this quiet when Ed was here. So am I the problem? Okay. So for me to, I mean, have a little fun, can I just get to know your background? Just few people, just jump at me, what you do, why you chose to do the one-day internship, and then maybe that'll kick things. You look too serious. I'm not that serious.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please. Okay, I'm going to have to get used to this. All right. Yeah.
All right. So, what's like the most interesting part of being his TA?
Oh wow.
You need to use the mic.
Most interesting. I get to see everything and have a conversation with you. So there's one thing I like about Razak is, uh, so when you have an idea and you sell it to him about anything about the company, he will always question, plays the devil's advocate to understand whether your thought process, you put a lot of thought in it. And I enjoy, I'm going to use this word loosely. Am I on camera?
Yes, you are.
No, but it's work appropriate. So it's called intellectual masturbation. So it's yeah. So I enjoy the back and forth that we have, and it also freehand. The freehand. So where I'm coming from my career, right? It was very structured. You have to do this way, but here, you know, is willing to listen and take. So it's the work is easy. I'm not even going to lie to you. I do a lot, but it's easy because of the people and the person I work with. So nobody's going to help. You are not nice.
Okay, my name is Doreen.
My name is Doreen, and I'm curious about your law career because I have a background in law as well. So why did you like move from law to what you do now?
Law is boring. Yeah, law is boring. Yeah, law is boring. After my law school, I started my career at the legal department of Nigerian Shippers Council. I knew I wasn't going to do this, going to court and carrying affidavits. I was not going to do that. It's boring. And then maritime law is boring as well. And sorry? It's not difficult, it's just boring. So from the jump from secondary school, I knew I love economics because you can see it, finance, you can see it. So I knew that I wasn't going to do law for long. And then in my head, I was like, how do I get into finance and let people know that I'm actually serious? So either I take the CFA or do an MBA. So, oh, no. So I don't regret doing law because of my law background, I have an pretty much understanding about how the world works, insurance, anything. So like it kind of gave me an idea or like an edge over the normal person in finance. Because in investment banking, you do a lot of transaction documents, have understanding about legal. Structuring, transaction structuring is pretty much done by lawyers. I have an understanding. Yes. No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. So from GS3, I knew I was going to do law. So this is my philosophy in life. I don't think we are in this life to do just one thing. My philosophy is be all that you can be. So tomorrow, funny enough, I produce, I rap, I sing. Oh, I've done. Yeah, I do. Hold on. At the end of the session, I'll give you a few. Yeah, so I have actually done oil and gas. Yeah. So my idea is be all that you can be when you can. So I don't limit myself. Oh, I'm born to. This is my passion. You find your passion. Life is a continuum. Exactly. So that's yes, please. Hey.
So my name is James. So yeah, hi. So I would love to know like what does a typical day in the life of Razak look like as a CEO of Cowrie Wise? Yes.
I'm going to be honest with you, and I don't know. Maybe I should say it on camera. He doesn't sleep, to be honest. So his day pretty much starts like 3 a.m. Um, uh, mostly is going through channels on Slack, looking at. He'll drop comments here and there. You know, Mondays it meets catches up with the team. Is always a long day work. Is from like 9, 10 to like about 3. So Monday, Tuesdays. Uh, emails. He doesn't do email. Don't worry. Meetings. Calling me to say, "Oh, Toby, we need to work on either this book, this article. Oh, I need to travel. There's this conference. There's this." So I'm not going to lie to you. It's not straightforward. It's not like it's not monotonous, and I think that's why he probably enjoys it because every day new challenge. It's either the product team. There's a snag in the product development or engineering is something that needs to create a new USP to ensure that customers. So it's not as monotonous as people think. Oh, like you see YouTube, a day in the life of a CEO. I get up, have my bath. Sometimes I get messages from him, 5 a.m. Where are we on this? Or he's a nocturnal person actually, 2 a.m. So I'm going to be lying to you if I tell you, walk you through, oh, he wakes up, sits, sign it. No, it's very, but it does, honestly, I, how do I say this so that it doesn't look like, how he does it, I have no idea. Because he actually sees every single thing. So I'm sure I have a lot of Slack channels, but I can imagine the number of channels he has, and it goes through. He sees, you don't understand, every single thing.
Oh, thank you.
We're very intentional.
But not intentional enough to help with the math. Okay, it's all right. Intentionality. Yeah. So he sees everything, and yeah. I hope I've been able to answer. Okay, good.
Okay. I My name is Elizabeth. So I wanted to ask concerning your law background. Yeah, I mean my I'm a law student. I'm in my finals, and I've always known that I don't want to do law because every time I intern in the law firm, I know this is not the life. And I mean, I've worked in the fintech as an intern, and I know that okay, I think this is way better. So I just want to ask, like, how did you do it? Did you take courses? Did you just shadow in? Did you just think, okay, I want to do this? At what point did you know? And has this been fulfilling for you? Or and do you feel like you fully transitioned from being a lawyer to a financial person?
So when did I find out that I was going to move? I think I kind of knew in secondary. I kind of knew, and this is why. Law is a little bit boxed. I'm not a box person. I like to create. I like to go beyond the boundaries of what is possible. I used to break a lot of laws when I was in law school. Yeah, I was in law school. I had about 5 queries because I didn't think that as an adult you should restrict me to how, as long as I'm behaving within the norms, you shouldn't tailor my life as to this is how you have to do. So that's how I've always. So that's why I knew okay, law wasn't going to work. So how did I break in? I went through the hard way. So and you don't have to do that, which is taking CFA. I had no finance background. Yeah, absolutely not. So I I took it as okay. When I was going to break into finance, I spoke to a partner in a law firm, and he told me, don't do CFA, just do Coursera. People that even did finance, they can't even pass it. I said, yeah, I like challenges. I said, oh, they can't, and I did, and I don't like to brag, but it's good. I take challenges. I made sure I didn't go to classes. I took online, level one. I passed it once. Then I sent it in a message say, thank you for the guidance. I just passed it level. So I took the hard way. And you don't have to do that. I think what I did, which is uncommon, and most people would, after like, I don't know, 5 years in law, I actually did my internship at an investment bank. Grown man. Yeah. And that opened doors. So I think that you must swallow your pride since you're willing to break into something else and just do. Because from there, I did 6 months. I moved to another role, became team lead, moved, and it's just been, yeah. So I feel, and then I'm doing tech, right? So summary, you don't have to choose the hard way. Talk to people. Uh, Again, but don't listen to all of them because some of them are limited by their own flaws. So don't listen to what they're saying. And again, swallow your pride. When you have to learn tutelage on the people, do it. Focus on, and don't focus on money. It sounds, honestly, and this is why. Uh, my mentor used to tell me that anybody can make money, acquire the skill, knowledge. And that's why, and that has driven me. That's why I've done securities exchange, investment banking, oil and gas, and then tech, because you need to acquire yourself with knowledge. And once you do that, they'll be begging you. Sorry, I'm going to humble brag a little, just a little. I get applications on LinkedIn. Oh, we're looking for you. Do you understand? I get every other day, and that's because of I swallowed my pride. I'm not going to lie; it's not easy. Imagine someone that was 20 something, probably wasn't in university when I left university, being my boss. When I was in, say, oh, you didn't do this right. Sometimes I'll just look at her like you. But like you swallow it, you deal with all that conflict in your head. You don't let it out. Learn.
And absolutely. Okay, I'll come to that. Okay. Abs- Absolutely. Like, I do not regret it one bit. I love it, enjoy it. Uh, Honestly, I love it more than law. Yeah, because it's intriguing. Finances, there's so many. Oh my God. I went as far as doing econometrics. It's enjoyable. I didn't like law like that. I had to cram, you know. Yeah, yeah, it's boring, isn't it? I know, right? Yeah, exactly. So very fulfilling. Yeah. So who asked the outfits? Be confident enough now. Oh, where did I get it? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to look like money. Yeah, yeah. Huh? No, 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 no. Ah, fair. All right.
Okay, so I wanted to. My name is Kosi. How long have you been working with Razak, and what's something you've learned from him that's changed your mindset?
Guess.
Guess.
Yeah, guess how long I've been working with him.
3, 4 years, two.
Interesting. It seems like that. I will shock you. 3 months. Yeah. And second question, what has changed? Oh, so it has no limits. So his understanding of life is anything can be done. There was a conversation. So we had a meeting, and so it was to solve a problem for a new product. And in the car, I was like, why don't we just get this license? There's, and I'm like, but said Toby, do the research. I said, okay. So it's that's how I think now. Like, it's possible. Like, Elon Musk was landing rockets without, wasting a lot of millions. A lot of people thought it was impossible. Exactly. Carry-wise today, people didn't think that the retail investors could have access to mutual funds, investments, right? And very soon, you hear that we're doing great things in the stock markets because up until Carry-wise, which we're about to change the story, less than 100,000 retail investors actually participate on the stock exchange. But we're about to change that. And that's yeah, and that is so it's how he thinks. He says, "Oh yeah, we're going to ramp up to 1 million." I said, "Okay, let's go." Oh, okay. Wow. I thought I was doing a great job, even just deputizing small.
You're making him more relatable to.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I unfortunately not around official business, but trust me, when you is way, I'm I'm not great. Is the great one. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm not fulfilling. Learning that there are no limits, there are no boundaries. You're only bounded by your own mental limits. Yeah, I know it sounds like perspire to aspire, but I've seen it working. Yeah, yeah. Questions. It's not just women asking me questions. Like, okay, ah, this is like TED talk. Oh. So I'm going to ask questions, right? You have a question?
Let me give her.
Do you have a question for me? It's fine.
Okay, I wanted to ask, how did these happen?
Funny question. Me joining, or which one? Let me.
You, brother.
How did it happen? Funny question. Very, very funny. So, uh, I was head of finance and commercial at an oil and gas company, but I was bored because the chairman wouldn't listen to me. Very, how baby boomers are. So, yeah, they don't listen. They think they know it all. So I was tired. I was getting
tired. And my friend reached out and said, she works here, and I've heard about the culture. I'm very particular about culture. I've worked at a very toxic environment, right? I couldn't get the spaces. But now, look at me now. Exactly. And so I'm very particular about culture. And when it was like, technical assistant, so I thought I let my ego come in the way. Head of finance and commercial. Technical assistant. It's not giving, yeah? It's not balancing. But then again, this is how and I say it about knowledge. Uh Technology is the future, is the present. Having an understanding as to the mechanics of technology, and the foremost fintech in Nigeria was an experience. And then she told me that I've always known that the culture is great. And then I had a chat with Razak, and I'm like, okay, no problem. And I was like, but you can't afford me. Say, why? No problem. And I signed. Honestly, I had a conversation. After 2 weeks, I think they spoke to other people, obviously. But again, I'm great at what I do. I thought you would clap or something, or snap, or like you guys are not feeling. I thought I was dropping bars. Like, just give me that, Thank you. Like, and then came back Friday with the offer signed. Joined Monday. Yeah, so I told them where I used to work. Say goodbye. It was nice meeting you. Have fun. So yeah, that's how this happened. And honestly, I'm having the best of time. As you can see, honestly, if you met me before, eh, I was thin. I look like my life was over. I was overworked. But the thing is, I haven't slept for up to like 8 hours in the last 3 days. But do I look it? No, I'm enjoying it. So culture is key. And that's one thing I learned. I'm learning where Razak is culture. Is an empath. And that means is when any decision is taken, if something is doing now, I'm like, but he said no. You have to think about who you're working with. So he puts himself in the shoes of the staff who is talking to and see how they will take things. So he's very particular about people. And I'm not going to lie to you, this is not bubble. It's not free advertisement. It's the culture here. There should be a study on it. And from the people, I'm sure when you walked in, you saw it there. It's not as if you get a training for it. It's just how people are. You come in, hey, are you okay? Are you fine? Have you had something? Everybody, you don't know who is who. You know who is exactly. It's top down. So like perfect culture has been, nowhere is perfect, right? But I'm not going to lie to you. Let me tell you what I know. So just go to Glassdoor and type FMDQ. That's where I used to work. Drop mic. Yeah, drop mic. And so to go from that to this, so people can perform without. So there it was. So zero error. No, it's not even no. I like, come on, I can rock a suit and tie. No, I don't mind that. No, it was zero error. You're not allowed to make mistakes. And that's impossible. Meaning your life is going to be hell. And everybody's micromanaging you. Even if you are a team lead, they're still treating you like you don't understand. But you come here, people come in 10 a.m., get the job done. Sometimes strolling 1 p.m., get the job done. I'm like, interesting stuff. Within you get within the call. Do you understand? I'm like, AUM is growing, customer base is growing, products are being designed. Customers have, and again, please. So there's one thing I want to do. Please help me. Don't mess me up. So I want you to give a round of applause to the CX team. And
and this is why, and you guys can confirm it, right? I've never seen a group of people that are excited to tend to customers. I've never seen it in my entire existence. I've lived a short life, but I've never seen it. And to do that tells you a lot about the culture. If I don't respond to an email on time, Razak will come to my Slack and say, blah, 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 we're not building this, you must, even if it's a stupid question the person is asking, I would say, we are CEO, are we supposed to respond to every email? Say, no, this is the culture. So yeah, that is it, okay, How many minutes? So that,
So we have less than 5 minutes.
okay. Because I want to rap for you guys. Wow. You want free this thing content. Do you know who I am?
Hello, my name is Titi, and my question is about you. Yeah. So I will call you a versatile person. You tried your hands around law, doing investment and all. So I think myself too, I'm quite dynamic and open to learning new things. I feel it gives me creative burst and just I like that kind of atmosphere around myself. But I think what I currently have as my problem is I can do many things. I can do design. I'm currently in an investment firm. I'm doing sustainability, ESG. And sometimes it can get overwhelming and you just ask yourself, oh, what do I want to focus on now? Or try to balance because at some point one will be distracting the other. You'd have this one peeping and you still have this one undone. So have you been able to manage your focus to get optimum effect?
Then is that something like you are passionate about? Because
Oh, say love it. I love music. It's also creative. I love art. So music, opera music. Yeah. How? Oh no. So like, so I listen to because I produce as well. I make music. I listen to a bass. I like music. I like to look good.
So you like fashion?
I can't really say fashion because I don't do that alt or tears. I just keep it simple. And again, it's our value to keep it simple. Do you understand? So yeah, that's what I love. What else? Football, and I like to sleep. Sleep is good. No, when I can. Because honestly, when you think about it, sleep is the answer to everything. Honestly, and I learned it from my mom. I'm going to write. She's a psychologist, and when I was studying and I had a problem, I said, "Can we sleep?" The answer will come in your head. And I'm not going to lie to you. My brain was working and calculating. And I woke up. I figured it out. So sleep is your answer. You know what? If you don't take away anything from me, remember, sleep is the answer. Good.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, I want to rap. Come on. Thank you so much. I really, really hope you guys had fun. Yes. So yeah. So right now we're just going to let you stretch a bit. So what we're going to do is have a very quick break, a tea break, where you get to just stretch. Then I'm sure the email you got from Precious did mention food. I really, really hope you're all over the food here. Right. So we're going to just go to the kitchen to just have a quick break before we kickstart the session. So this way to the kitchen. This is where you guys can follow me down to the kitchen.
Okay, so for our online guests, we'll be going on break, but we'll be back in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
I can leave my bag here.
But like, are you actually working? I'm trying to at least a few people might. Okay. I'm helping out with our personal brand. So I think my phone. And the annoying thing is that TV doesn't allow me to log into two accounts at the same time. So my own is in my laptop, her own is in my phone. That's something. It's a lot. The thing is why it's fixed. I'm hungry. Sorry, no, now I'm wishing I took fried rice. What did you pick? I took a story roll. I used just Amala on that list. Never give them out. Hi. Nice to meet you. How you doing? I'm fine. What's your name? Mo. So you're part of the yeah. What do you do? Brand storytelling. Hello, Oh, you made it easy. I didn't know you were part. So why are you looking for questions? Yeah. No, you did.
Thank you. I'm flattered. You're very pretty. Why?
Wait, where are they?
Kitchen.
I
know which one. Is your food in the detail process me? And now, you cannot be.
Half of them no issue.
Waiting. Online.
Yo, what's up? Where are you?
I say, like to receive on. Eh? Oh, shit.
Oh, this guy, I like his mix.
Say, Ashaile, it's only this shirt the boy has. It's only the videos. Oh, yeah. You guys will give free Wi-Fi. Yeah. That what? You pay for it. TV. You guys don't give free Wi-Fi for internet. You pay for the Wi-Fi. It's not that the internet isn't very good. Like, really kind of. You know what you got for me too? I don't know. No, they got the opportunity to select their names. Yeah. So we always go in. Yeah. People online are saying, why are they going to the kitchen? So how does it work? Your assistant. You may have use the assistant. So which person system? Can you, does it seem like HTML? Let me find out. What is this? I don't know. Let me see. I'm not connect using Wi-Fi. Like, I mean, I'm not using the internet, but using, if you're routing it through the same Wi-Fi network, like 100%. Does it have the? Have you eaten? Okay. Why not? Away. So which person system can we use? How many minutes is remaining? Okay, like 5 minutes.
You're not enjoying it anymore. Like, how is it? Maybe I should switch location. Hi.
My, do I stand here? Hi. I mean, I wish I could get to know everybody one on one. Yeah, let me just do this. Yeah. Give me a minute. Um, because I don't know if we have the time yet. I don't know if we have the time, but my name is Ife. Ife Dolapo. What else do they call me? Dolapo. And today we are going to be looking at this is basically the organic social aspect of our talk, right? So yeah, nice to meet you. The social media manager for Cowrywise, and I know that a lot of people have had a lot of questions for me, basically. But first of all, before we start, a couple of things. My name is Ife Dolapo. The people over here call me Ife. Okay. I'm in tech. So, I'm 28 years old. So yeah, I mean, all of the Gen Z, tags that you guys have been giving me. I mean, I could count as Gen Z, right? Okay, so I guess you guys were right to call me Gen Z. I'm an organic social channel manager with 10 years of experience. So yeah, I am not an intern, right? And the reason why I put organic social channel manager is this: the way social is being perceived right now is it's seen as that's just digital shop for the business. But I think that the way Cowrywise treats social, it's a whole nother thing, because the way we see it, it's a channel. And what I mean by a channel is this: in a structure, in every business structure, you have people who tend to things like the business strategy, and then you have people who own the channels, right? My channel is organic social. So anything that has to do with social, not just digital social, right? You can think of social as PR. You can also think of social as communications. You can think of social as campaign. Anything that creates a touch point for people to relate with other people. That is what I focus on. That is non-paid. We have a paid social person. You see, you meet him in maybe the next 1 hour or so. My job basically is to pick information
from my team lead, who is the person who owns the business strategy and operations line. I interpret that into what is the best way for us to pass this message across. How best can we interpret what Cowrywise is all about? You guys know that Cowrywise, to a lot of people, means a lot of things. For football fans, they perceive Cowrywise as a channel to as an alternative to a betting platform, but also a channel for them to express their love for football. A mother can perceive Cowrywise as a channel that they can use to build a net worth for themselves and for their loved ones. A couple can perceive Cowrywise as a channel that they can use to have joint savings, right? All of this make up a niche that I like to refer to as personal finance. So whenever people talk about Cowrywise and they talk about fintech, yes, Kara is a fintech platform because it is a finance that plays within the tech space. But when it comes to brand strategy, you look at Cowrywise from the aspect of personal finance because you are talking to people, because you're a social manager. And that is why whenever it is that just whenever it is that you picture Cowrywise, whenever you see a post from Cowrywise, it talks about personal finance because what it is we do is we are leveraging social connections to help drive decisions, right? So another fun fact about me is that before anything, I'm a creative actually. 10 years of experience, but beyond then, I started as a writer. And funny story, this started because I was heartbroken. Yeah, I mean, I feel like writers can relate to it. So what happened was, I'm not the kind of person that likes sharing her pain, right? I'm a very emotional person, but it's not something that I can express. And there was one time I tried breakfast and I was just crying for like 2 days straight. And I'd gotten so full of emotions that I didn't know what to do. So I just carried paper and just started writing poetry. And within the next 2 weeks, I had filled an entire jota. I remember it was my NESA jota. NESA is a Student Association for Economics Undergraduates in Unilag. I'd filled the entire book with, and then I moved on to creating a blog platform. I mean, all of this was something that helped me build a career path as a creative, first of all. And I'm sure that a lot of you here are creatives, right? I mean, if you're creative, please raise up your hand. This is very, very interesting, and I love this because the social media management space is one of those spaces where creativity meets business strategy. It's one of those spaces that gives you a lot of space to, I won't say shine, but is also to bring your rawness, to bring your personality to that particular space. I think one more thing you should know about me is I'm a puzzle solver. I love puzzles. Anyone that knows me personally knows that before you can even mention Ife, you've mentioned puzzles. Before now, I've solved about 13 puzzles before getting here today. I still have a lot more that I need to solve. I'm a plant whisperer, so I just plant plants for the sake of planting because I don't know how to plant. For real, I've killed a lot of plants. I'm still going to kill more because there's one at the windowsill there. I don't know what's going on with it, but we'll figure it out. And then I'm an amateur entomologist. So if you come to my house, you see a lot of bugs. I like bringing bugs in. Yeah, spiders, beetles, the rest of them. I mean, spider is not a bug, it's an arachnid, but that's by the way. Sorry, next slide, please. But to focus on what it is we are coming to do here, I need us to also see that a channel, in its major sense, usually goes through evolution. And because social channels are built for people, as people evolve, as people's taste in content, as people's behavior towards content consumption evolve, platforms evolve. And it's usually there are usually three players at play, right? There's usually the people who are speaking, the people who are creating, the people who are consuming, and the people who own the platform. When I started content, it was very simple, for real. Sorry, how many of you here started any form of social media management or social management or community management as at you guys look very young. So let me just make it a little recent. Pre-COVID Was anybody managing any social media accounts? Oh yeah. Can you guys remember when they used to do Monday, Man Crush Monday, Woman Crush Wednesday, on Friday you do trivia? Exactly. When I was in the agency, that was 2019. We used to do something. There's something called calendar culture, and I'm sure we all know about it, where you would at the start of the month, you create all of the content that you need for the entire month. Now, thank you very much. HubSpot was that space that everybody went for the templates. If you're not using HubSpot, you're using CoSchedule. Everything was sort of structured. And that was because it was based off of the chronology. Chronology is as it comes, it's based off of time. So if you post by 2 p.m., anybody that comes by 2 p.m. sees your post, right? If you post by 2:03, but it's not like that. You go on social media today and you see that the algorithm is tailoring things to the point where if you post by 8 a.m., it's probably maybe 4 p.m. that your post will start shining, right? All of this has sort of helped with like the evolution, but not for brands, right? And I'm getting to that. And because of, the timeliness, it meant that everybody had equal placement. So think of social media as also, and I don't know why I keep saying social media, but I think because all of you are here for social media, are you not? Oh, beyond social media. So you want me to talk about other aspects? All right, you know what? We will, because I'm getting to other things that also touch on that. But let me just focus, because I mean, a lot of people are talking about social media in your responses, hence the reason why I'm doing all this. But definitely, if you have any questions, you can definitely ask me. So when you look at the calendar culture and the chronology, it meant that you had equal space, right? So Precious comes and she posts. Me, I come and I post. Anybody who is scrolling will first see Precious's post and then see my post. So that means everybody had equal time share in terms of like the consciousness of that social media timeline, right? Everybody was seeing the same thing. If you were locked into the same timeline, you were seeing the same thing. And that means that you could say anything you had to say. In fact, social media at a time was defined by what people had to say, not based off of the connection that you had to build. So that means, I have the Monday Crush, whatever that we used to do had nothing to do with the brand, or we did it anyways because we were baiting people for engagement, right? We were looking for things that would engage people, and we knew that, oh, if people want fine man, I'm not gonna lie, I did it. I did it for different brands. I did it for a supermarket brand. I don't know if you've heard of Home Affairs before. 2019, I was managing their social media. There used to be CCD, and then Home Affairs came and bought their entire franchise, and then I helped with the launch. We did MCN for Home Affairs. I did it for finance. Have you heard of United Capital? I did MCN for United Capital. I did it for restaurant. Have you heard of Magrelos? Magrelos had Man Crush Monday. But I mean, when you think of it on the timeline today, it does not make any sense, because why are you selling food and you're telling us about one fine man? But people like to see fine men there. But also at the same time, there was this brand speak that was going on. Anybody that managed any form of brand social media knew that they had a brand guideline. I remember working with United Capital, and it was a thing where they had a brand guideline for design. They had a brand guideline for language, right? So there's certain things you cannot say. There's certain things you should say. And it was a thing where those things sort of drove the kind of campaigns we ran. It drove the kind of posts we put out, right? And all of this, when you now scroll all the way back, you will notice how very much almost technical social media was, right? You are bringing your creativity, but that creativity only would shine through special campaigns. If you're doing a product launch campaign, that is where everybody's coming together and putting heads together. Product launch campaigns are usually the exciting time for any creative that is doing product marketing, because on the day-to-day today, you are still looking for the 1,000,001 ways to say, come and buy, right? Without saying, come and buy, right? But when you are doing like a product launch campaign or a product related campaign, is that way where you are leveraging Mo, who is doing videography. It's also the place where Mo too is coming with her own fresh ideas, her fresh perspectives, and everybody. And that was when you would see that when people were releasing projects, it felt very new because it was outside of all of those like structured calendars that we had done ahead of time. Now, this is the past, and now we are in the present. Next slide, please. Today, everything has changed. You can come now and create a 90-day calendar in 2 seconds. If you have ChatGPT, everybody has access to ChatGPT. Please, if you're not using AI, raise up your hand. Okay. I was about to tell you to get out of here, but because obviously we'd all be liars to say that we don't use AI. It's either you'd either be a liar or you are just stubborn, right? Because AI right now is in that space where you can't ignore it, right? People like to say AI is coming for our jobs, AI is coming for our jobs. No wahala. Like, I don't know what to say about that, but it ain't going to stop me from using AI, right? Because there is no way you would tell me that something that used to take me 3 nights to do, I can do it within, I can talk to a platform that can help me outline it within 2 days and I won't do it. What am I saying 2 days? I'm saying them 2 minutes rather, sorry. Now we have algorithms, right? And algorithms are sort of implemental policies that the owners of these platforms have put in place to ensure that they remain profitable. Honestly, let us cut the crap right now. Sorry about that. Everybody likes to think that algorithms is this, you're trying to figure out the algorithm. The algorithm is just a business decision. It's a business roadmap for any platform to make money. So take, for example, and it's why as a social media manager, you cannot ignore the politics of social media platforms. So if anybody knows about like the journey of Meta, does anybody understand how Meta became what it is today? Okay, so let me give you a short. Started out with Facebook. They did Facebook. Facebook was going, it was big. The audience of Facebook got old. The younger generation did not want to use Facebook. What did Zuckerberg do? He bought Instagram, right? Instagram was doing nice, everything. Snapchat came, and Snapchat was like, we too, we are good. And Snapchat has its own audience, it speaks to its own direction. Zuckerberg tried to buy Snapchat. They said no. You know what they did? The day Snapchat IPO'd, he released stories on Facebook, he released stories on WhatsApp, he released stories on Instagram. And it became a thing where in their policy, if you wanted to have visibility, you had to use stories. No longer were people posting things that had like templates. You know, those times you have template, you put logo by one side. Logo will either be here or here. If the logo is not there, it's not by your brand guideline. If you want to put someone's picture. So that one was not Mark's business anymore. If you wanted to stay relevant, you needed to use stories. So that came. TikTok came too. They tried. They know if you buy TikTok. What did he do? He released Reels. And now you cannot use Instagram if you don't use Reels. And that is how you need to understand. See, it's not anybody's fault that this is the way it is, but nobody is going to create a platform and not make money, right? Whether or not it comes from monopolistic manipulations, the truth is it will happen, right? Are you going to adapt? And it is the same way I would also regard things like AI. Are you going to, it has happened already. AI has happened to us already. Are you going to adapt or are you going to be activistic about it? And don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with being activistic about like things that you think matter to you. But if you're someone who is very, very dogged about like ensuring that your channel as an organic social manager should matter, you need to ensure that you stay on track, you keep abreast of these things, whatever tools come, because AI will come and go, something else will come, right? These things are very, very fleeting. In fact, AI might even stay. So what are you going to do? Are you going to adapt or are you going to refute it? The third thing is the creator economy. Last year, our CEO dropped a report in our team group, right? It was called the Africa Creator Economy Report for 2023. And when I read that report, a lot of things started to make sense. That today, to be a content creator is to be a business person, right? Um, Creators now, you have people who are millionaires just from creating content, thanks to all of these evolutions that have happened in the last 15 to 20 years. So the creator economy is now an industry on its own, where you are using people to create businesses. You're creating businesses out of content, right? And I remember reading it and thinking, is there a way we can make the Cowrywise brand a creator instead of a brand? Because the truth is this, all of this algorithm, all of this AI is helping creators because the businesses want creators to keep creating content so that they can have more people consuming content so they can have more eyes to sell ads to, which is probably the only thing they want businesses to be doing because they know businesses want to be running ads. As an organic social media, that is just the weapon fashioned against you. Because you cannot be spending money anyhow. They've already put organic in front of my social, so it's not every time I can be asking for money. In fact, I remember saying that when this one day internship came, the idea came across. I remember telling Vivian, like, tell them that you want budget. Like, tell them you want budget. Tell them you want budget. Because as an organic social manager, your go-to isn't to open your mouth and say, we need money. So how can we ensure that as organic as we can get, we are able to maximize for reach, we are able to maximize for relatability? And I came up with this two metrics that I tend to like measure all of my content by. It comes with relatability and also authenticity. Everything that I need to do needs to resonate with the people I'm talking to, but also needs to be authentic to the brand. So that even when somebody is cloning it, it can never be like the way Cowrywise would do it, right? That is maintaining that authenticity. But for the relatability part, that is where like the content creators come in, because I noticed that content creators speak. Sorry, I'm running out of breath. I've never had to do this before. Yeah, so content creators speak. They create that back and forth, right? So it's how are we able to ensure that when people watch us, when people see us, they are able to see themselves in whatever it is we say, right? So take, for example, on TikTok, I have this group chat called the TikTok Revival Squad. I'm even going to change that into to TikTok Acceleration because they've revived our TikTok. I'm not a TikTok person. I am not it. I can tell you for free. I am, for the TikTok channel, I am more of an idea person. I'm not the kind of person that gets in front of the camera and can do things. Sorry, please, I need water. Yeah. So, yeah, this is my first time speaking in front of people. So, yeah, it can be very daunting. Yeah. So, I was saying that for TikTok, we have a group, right? And it's just made up of interns, for real, data interns. And the idea is this: anybody can be a social media channel manager, right? It is not, but not everybody can be a creative, right? So it is, how do you leverage your creativity to ensure that you are creating memorable moments? And what do we do on that group chat? I'm scrolling through TikTok, and every time I come across a content, this is something that happens on any platform, honestly. I scroll through, and whenever I see something that stops me in my tracks, I think, one, what about this thing captured me? Is it the humor? Is it the value of the knowledge that I'm getting? Is it even the hook? Is there a line in this thing that made me like go, I want to watch this to the end? And then the second question I ask is, how can Cowrywise do this? Right? So there are things that are usually even thought of like in advance. There are ideas that will start today. Let me give you an example. That salary tweet, I spent 24 hours thinking about it. It seems very, if you look at the date that the person sent it, I saw it the minute it came in, but I spent the next 24 hours thinking, maybe I saw salary, I saw RAM. I was like, I can do ramifications. I don't know, but I don't know how to use the word ramifications in this. And it was a Tuesday, and Tuesdays you have to be in the office. I'm talking to everybody, so I can't sit down and really like think, right? And I remember thinking salary, salary. I love puns a lot. I'm sure anybody who has been through our social media can tell that we are a very punny account. I love puns a lot. And I remember thinking, salary. And I was like, I need to find a way to tie salary to this, right? And I came up with different, like, in fact, for many of these things that you see, I tend to run it across my people, right? I share it to them. What do you guys think? I have this quote, I have this quote. Which one do you think is the best? Thank you very much, Vivian. Yeah, thank you. So, like, I have this quote, I have this quote. What about it? Which one do you think is the better one or is the best option? So you can see that in all of the processes that we are doing, we are a brand, we are a business. Our job, is to sell, right? But when it comes to the operational aspects of what we do, we think like creators, because that is the only way as a brand that you can be sticky, is to humanize your brand, right? Okpa from Cowrywise, the email, you met Timmy, right? The emails that you receive often feel like a personal affront. You feel like somebody is holding your shirt to save. It feels personal. That is the idea behind personalizing a brand. You need to ensure that if you are a B2C brand, people need to feel like they are talking to somebody, even when they are not talking to anybody, even if they are saying nothing at all. Sorry, please, next slide. And how do we do that? There are three ways that I do. It's a three-step process, basically. I start with listening, right? Are we conscious, or do we know about social listening? Yeah. So social listening, we know we use it to track what people are saying about you. You use it to also track, your competitors. Like, we are watching you. You said be watching us. Other type of things. But the best thing about social listening that I think has helped me so far is that it helps me understand people and the people that I want to understand, basically. So, what does my social listening dashboard look like? There is obviously there's Cowrywise. There is also the various spellings of Cowrywise. Some people spell Cowrywise with two e's. Some people will spell Cowrywise with two i's. It's very, very important that you capture everything, because even those people who are not able to interact or cannot spell your brand also want to interact with the brand. So it does not really matter that you are not. We know that there's a very popular misspelling of Cowrywise, and we tend to track that as well. We track our competitors. You all know our competitors. We also track we also track certain keywords, right? So take, for example, for football savings goal, right? Which is the FSG product. I track football like tweets. I'm not the best person when it comes to football, so you'll see that even for on Twitter, I try to do football banter, but it never lands, right? Because look at me. What about me says football? Like, I found out just recently that they play football matches every day, which is very tedious. I don't understand how people do that, but I mean that's why they pay them millions of pounds per month. The idea is to build proximity to the culture, right? There is no way you see, and that's the reason why you see that when people grow older, they tend to like feel very out of touch, because the older you get, the busier you get, the less you are able to like familiarize yourself with what is in. That's what social listening will help you do. It helps you understand the people that should be understood, right? So I have a tab for FSG, I have a tab for stocks, I have a tab for just general investing. I have a tab that just talks about people talking about money in Lagos. I have a tab that's about people talking about money in Nigeria, right? So anybody that types money, if you like, go and type money today, I will see it. If you tweet anything that includes the word money, I'm going to see the tweet. right? So you would even see that there are sometimes that we are able to create engagement when nobody is talking to us at all. There is, and for example, there was a time that I talked about the income inequality in Nigeria using one of the reports. That tweet did not mention cowrie wise. How did I find it? By listening, right? You are not going in there to find out what message you are, that is what honing. You are going there to understand the people and finding opportunities to engage. That is where your instinct comes in, right? For everything that you see, which one gives you the most opportunity for you to be able to teach, engage people, humor them, right? What do you think would be the best approach? There are some tweets that people will come and I cannot clap back because I mean, the weight of the emotion that comes with that tweet does not warrant a clap back, lest you come off as insensitive. Thank you very much. So you've built proximity to the culture. How do you leverage that? That's where your instinct comes in. That is where, as a creative, you shine, because nobody will be able to think on their feet. Nobody will be able to be quick-witted like a creative. See, that one is probably the most beautiful thing about being a creative, is that what it's going to take the average person 2-3 days without ChatGPT and maybe 2 hours with ChatGPT, you will sit down and think of it on the spot. It might be rough, but you will think of it. And I think that is where, as a creative, you should do. You're supposed to wait, look at the conversation. How well can you engage these people? So remember I said that beginning of the social media journey, we had people who just decided this is what we are going to say. So you had your 90-day calendar. You're not doing that for certain platforms, right? For other platforms, LinkedIn is a what I like to call a storytelling app, right? So it's one of those apps where, I mean, everybody is using it for their brand visibility. I'm happy to say I did this, I met somebody, and I learned this lesson, all of that. At the end of the day, we are just telling stories, right? What do you think would be the best approach? Do you want to create a schedule of stories, or do you want to find opportunities, or do you want to mix it? Let me tell you how we do it. Thank you very much. You mix it, right? Because you want to continually be in people's faces, you also need to ensure that there is consistency in everything you do, right? But it also means that there are certain things that shouldn't go untold. There are certain stories that should not go untold. But the beautiful thing about LinkedIn is that you can tell a story of 2 years ago today. For example, I told the story of Carrie Wise's logo. When was Carrie Wise's logo designed? I think nobody knows. We don't know, but it's a way that you can easily reweave history. You can reweave context, add your spice, your condiment of storytelling. Context starts with your hook, include your pictures and all of that. And you've got a good story to tell, right? So that is what data, that is where you now go to, from your listening to your instinct, your mixing of consistency and everything. Then you look at your data. There is no way as a marketing person, and I'm not even talking about like looking at data from analytics alone, no, right? Because data does not end with analytics. You need to answer the question, why does this work, right? Let me give you an example, and this is even an open secret. If you open any of our tweets, you'll see it. The tweets that tend to have the highest number of bookmarks are usually the threads that we do, explainer threads that we do on financial concepts. Why? Because I think that is the one that has the most retentive value. People would always want to learn, right? So it lets us understand that people are coming to Cowrywise to engage, to laugh, to relate to financial struggles, but they're also coming to understand certain financial concepts. And that's what we are going to double down on. Do you get? There is no, see, if anything should bang on Cowrywise, I bet you for the next 2 weeks, I'm doing it again and again and again and again and again. Because I need to understand that this works. I need to understand that it's not a fluke, right? Because the thing about social media, the difference between trending and viral, who knows the difference between being trending and being viral? Trending is one platform, viral is cross-platform. So if you go viral, that means they know that. So let me give you an example of something that went viral or calorie-wise. The first Children's Day video that we put out was everywhere. You know what trended? Maybe a tweet that we put out on Twitter, right? But understanding what trends on a particular platform helps you with your content diversification techniques, right? Helps you know that if I'm doing an explainer on Twitter, it needs to come in a thread format. I'm not putting out any pictures. However, if I'm going to do it on Instagram, and truth be told, let me even be honest with you, I've not figured it out. Our Instagram is still very much in the experimental phases, right? I'm having meetings with various people because, again, deep down, I'm not your video camera creator. And I think that that is what Instagram needs. But it's also a way to answer questions. What other ways can we leverage in the meantime while I hold my skills as a creator to also spread the word that we need? That's where experimentation comes in. So if something trends on a platform, that is data that you need to understand that this is content that is tailored for this platform. If something goes viral, you know that this is the type of content that will just work anywhere, point blank, period. Do we understand? Yes. Okay. Please, if you have any question, I will answer your questions. How much time do I have? Oh, shit. I said that. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. Can I write your questions down? We have a panel session here. So identify what resonates, find out what works and why it works, right? And then replicate it. I forgot to put that there. Replicate it. Replicate it until it gets tired. In fact, replicate it until people are like, you never do now, right? Because the truth is this, momentum is everything, right? There are times that I remember when I first came to Cowrywise, I liked to do, like, I'm a person of structure, right? I'm not that kind of person that I like thinking ahead. Sometimes I can tell somebody that, I'll tell Mo, these pictures that you took, when will they be ready? Because I need to know when I am going to post them. But the truth is this, you cannot dictate what people are going to talk about. In fact, there are times that we go on social media. There is nothing wrong with the content we are putting out, but people are just not able to engage. And you know how I know? Competitive analysis. When you see that you're not getting as much engagement, but other people are just not getting as much engagement, so you know that it's not a you problem, right? There are sometimes you go on Twitter and people are fighting, it's scandal. You cannot, nothing you're going to put there. Everybody is, their sensational radars are just tuned to the gist of that day. So nobody has, sometimes people are protesting and you cannot come out and put out anything, right? So those are the kind of things, like, you cannot dictate the social vibe. What you need to do is to listen, right? Look for opportunities, right? Mix it up. If there is no opportunity, then you can just leverage something in your asset arsenal. So all of the content that you have, repurposing your content and all of that, and then looking at the data, right? Thank you. Next, Kelly. Sorry. Yeah, so that's just my 3-step process for how I ensure that we humanize the brand. A couple of things to keep in mind. Being a creative is how you stay human in a system that rewards predictability, right? In everything that you do, always remember, never lose your creative edge. A creative edge would help you on the days that you don't even have the energy, right? We talk about writer's block. We talk about creative block. Thank God for AI. I don't think anybody has that as an excuse. And I'm not saying it's not a valid excuse, but it's like we now have a remedy for things like that. There are times that they'll be like, oh, we have to launch this, da, 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 da. It's all about timelines and stuff, right? And I don't have the energy to do it. But luckily, I have AI, right? But in the moments where there is the willingness and the ability to do it, I can go all out, right? But one thing I would also say is that in those moments where you have like those creative sparks, get creative. Get creative, store them. I have a content bank, I have an idea bank. Content banks are for things that I have fully fleshed and I have kept them in an Excel spreadsheet format. The idea bank is just a document where I just put for, okay, this is an idea I'm having, this is the spur of the moment thing, right? And those are the things that will always leverage when someone like Mo, who is in charge of our special day campaigns. By the way, social media is not just me. You people are going to hear a lot because TikTok is not me. TikTok, I just come up with the ideas and say, hey girls, please, can we do this and this? Special day campaigns are all Mo. She's the one. Mo, please stand up a bit so that they will see you now. Help us clap. So maybe she'll stand. Yeah. But she's also our videographer. She's our photographer. Her channel is brand storytelling, right? You have people who are in charge of just designs, right? And those designs as well can come up with ideas that would barrel into campaigns that I have to get involved with. So you need to understand that you can lend ideas from different edges. Ideas can come from designs, ideas can come from CX, ideas can come from engineering, right? Please, next slide. I've spoken about AI, so I think this one speaks for itself. AI is a tool, not a voice. And I think we all know what that means. AI's best strength is to give skeletal structure to your ideas, but never let it replace your creativity. Don't tell AI to give you ideas because I've tried that shit. It does not work. They will not give you any ideas that work, right? AI does not have the nuance that comes with the experience of working with a brand. AI does not have the nuance, and that's why they'll say we'll keep learning and learning. They there. AI will never be an accurate representation for brand personalization ever. I don't know what the problem is. I have tested it over and over. It can never be like it. What you want to do is to create more space to be a creative and leverage. It's like having an assistant. I think that's why you call it an AI assistant, right? Let AI do the grunt work so that you have the time to actually do the big idea stuff. So don't let it substitute your creativity. Let it help you leverage it, right? What I do is I own my own thoughts and then I give AI to articulate. All my prompts with AI is usually I I have a musing, right? So take for example, I have what's one? Okay. I think usually whenever I talk about black tax, right, I try to get like really emotional. But I can tell AI is I have a musing. I believe that people who do this and that and that and that and that should do be like this and that. Give me an outline for an article for this, right? Sometimes I can just have points. There are things I call touch points. Thought points are usually clustered or categorized into like different topics. So I can have like thought points that are very much scattered about a particular subject. And then I tell AI to create a flow for it. So that by the time I am having that conversation, it feels a lot more coherent. It gives you a beginning, it gives you a middle, it gives you an ending. That is how I leverage AI. And the final one, right? Which is probably something that all creatives, please last slide. It's something that all creatives can relate with, right? It's the ideas are a dime a dozen, which means that ideas, one idea you have, you're not the only one that owns that idea, right? It's something that hits everybody. If I decide that I am giving you guys a campaign to come up with, I'm sure that there will be amongst you guys 4 different people who will have the same ideas, right? And there's something called the endowment effect. That is giving value onto an idea because you are the one that came up with it. That is a rot that many social media managers, many creative people tend to do. And you see us fighting tooth and nail to ensure that these things are executed. And you know, the truth is many ideas can be really good. Really, really good. I listed 10 of my favorite ideas that I came up with that just never saw the light of day for different reasons. Sometimes it could be the fact that the timeline is not able to accommodate it. Mockumentary, let me give you an example of mockumentary. When I first came to Cowrie Wise, I was always thinking, what can we do for video? what can we do for video? I read the Creator Economic Report. A lot of ideas just started coming in. And I came up with the idea for a mockumentary on personal finance. And I wrote the first few scripts for it. By the time I went to meet her, she came and she said it's not doable. Not because it does not work, but because, first of all, casting. Who in this office can we actually put in the space of this role, this creative role that I'm fleshing out for them, right? This Strix leaderboard was a product growth idea that I came up with. It didn't work because they had other things that they were working on. April Fool's campaign was also a timeline issue. Dream Wall was purely a creative idea that never saw the light of day because there was no way for me to unlock growth with that idea, right? And I think that is the most important thing. In whatever it is that you do, never forget that your role as an organic social channel manager is to unlock growth for the company. That is why they are paying you a salary, right? So whatever idea it is you're coming up, if you cannot set a direct line, well, not direct, it doesn't always have to be direct, I mean, right? But if you cannot create a funnel, right? And let me even just tell you what this idea was. It was Dream It, Invest for It is our new tagline, right? I'm sure you guys would have seen us talking about dreaming, investing for things that you dream about, right? And it was, how can we make it sticky while helping people, convincing people to unlock? And I came up with an idea where we had like a landing page and then, you know, different points where people can scan QR codes, and then they have a dream wall where everybody can just put their dreams, and then would have an infographic map of Nigeria where you can just click on Lagos and zoom in, and you click on someone's dream, you see what, you know, their dream is about. You put in your dream, you get maybe, but the idea was, okay, after they put in their dream, what we now right? A lot of things ideas are very, very ideal in the sense that you are in that idea space, your creativity knows no bounds. So you're just doing and doing and doing and doing and doing. But you need to also layer it against reality. That's where you have like people like Mo to check me and be like, Mama, your scripts are getting too long. We've had that conversation before. Or it's like, nobody is going to watch this because of this. But I mean, in my head, it's like, but you know what? I think it's okay that a lot of ideas don't make it. No matter how good they are, it is totally okay that your ideas don't make it to the next stage. And, you know, my final and concluding statement is this. Sorry, please, who's with the laptop? I'm sorry. No, I don't use fingerprint. Yeah. So the last thing is this. The algorithm may decide what gets seen, but at the end of the day, it's people that decide what gets shared. The only way to stand a chance is to move forward from controlling the narrative to influencing it, because the truth is this: you can never control the narrative. In fact, there's very little things as a human being that you can control. And don't think that because Zuckerberg can wake up tomorrow morning and decide that, you know what, if you are doing reels, it's not going to get you any far. There is this new feature. In fact, I'm sure if you open all your Instagram features, you would see that the architecture is different, because if Zuckerberg notices that you are always pressing this place, but they want you to watch reels, he will go and put reels here. It's the truth. Sometimes you find out that, oh, you are always clicking on something here. Whatever feature that they want you to watch, they'll place it there. So there's very little things that you can control, but what you can do is you can influence anything by just inserting yourself, right? And the greatest thing you can do is to connect with people, because those people will become advocates to share with other people. And that is what increases what you call the top of mind awareness, right? Because the more people you are able to reach, the more people you are able to get across to. So me as a brand, right, I can just come from my own channel and just be talking. Zuckerberg will only show it to maybe like these people. But when she decides that she likes it, and then she has like people over there who follow her and she shares it, that is what you want to do. And that is why you need to ensure that you connect with as much people as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ife.
So we'll be having our lunch break now. So when you're done with, you're smiling. So after the break, so we'll be having a lunch break now. So after the break, after an hour, the break's for an hour, then you come back for your panel session with the growth team. So all your questions, please ensure that you have them noted. So let's go back to the kitchen again. I know you guys are happy to go back to the kitchen, but okay, please. Charge this thing.
Yeah, this is soft. It's very hard. Okay. For me, I don't like this chair. Yeah, we'll just pass it.
Carry your system on your phone. Look at the questions.
Oh, okay. Um, my laptop. Okay, so hi guys, good afternoon. I think this is the last portion of our conversation, and I mean, ideally we would have been four, but Timmy had another engagement. So I'll just have everybody introduce themselves, but the idea is this: because marketing is not a one channel thing, we are bringing in the different people who own different channels so that you can ask all your marketing related questions. So take for example, if I'm in charge of organic social, this is the person who's in charge of our SEO/paid social. So we are twins. Yeah. This is Mo. She's the brand storyteller. So anything that has to do with weaving a story. So if you're watching a video and it's giving you all these like poetic vibes and all of that, she shoots, she takes pictures, she comes up with ideas. She's in charge of. In fact, I'm tired. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Omalade Marquis. Yeah, I'm Marquis. Marquis is my surname. I'm from Lagos, so that talks about the surname. I'm a brand storyteller, and interestingly enough, I studied human anatomy in school, then moved to media, and now we're in brand storytelling. So it's just been a journey for me from medicine to people that don't study medicine and go and study other cause they call them failed doctors. Yeah, so I'm a failed doctor. um what else? I'm a brand storyteller. I love telling stories and whatnot. I enjoy sleeping when I'm not doing anything and watching animes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Hi everyone. It's nice to finally speak or meet everyone. Must I hold it? Okay, it's nice to finally meet everyone. My name is Taiwo. I'm not Okwe. and my name is Taiwo, and just like she said, I do growth here also. Paid, not paid social alone, but anything paid marketing, and also search engine optimization. I don't think I need to explain what search engine optimization is to everyone. We are all marketers, and probably if you don't know, you can probably ask, and I'll gladly answer your questions. For me, the journey has been very simple from my internship level down to here. I studied economics. I know you might be wondering how economics jumped into marketing. That's Nigeria for you, but here we are now in marketing. A few things that I also do here, we build systems, we build automations for marketing, definitely. Uh, we found out that lots of tools that are already created out there, they are very limited. More like they are not as robust as what you want. You might want to, an example is analytics. When you want to do analytics, if you want to see event analytics, you have to go to, say, Mixpanel, or you want to see any other type of analytics, you have to go to Google Analytics. So you are connecting three different analytics. You want to do mobile analytics, you are going to adjust, you are going to branch. But that means you have to look into three different analytics to get insights. But when you are able to create a system, you're able to create automation or tracking by yourself, though it might not be as robust as what they've created, but it's tailored to your need. So that's why we do it here ourselves, not as if we have all the time in the world on our hands. So that's me. That's Taiwo.
All right. Thank you very much. So here's how we're going to do it. We're gonna have people. We'll take one question from you guys, one question. So we are alternating. Yeah. So starting from you guys, does anyone have any question? All right. Hi. You can introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Hi, my name is Omomi. So my question is for you. You said your name is Taiwo, right? Okay, hi Taiwo. So you spoke about your internship. I'd like to know your journey as a marketer in paid and in SEO. So how did you start? Where did you intern? How did you get to where you are right now?
So it's it's quite a long one though. I started my internship when I was in my last year in school. Started doing a little bit of writing here and there. I didn't even know there was something called digital marketing, to be very honest. Started writing freelance right here and there. Then after I got out of school, I found out there was something called SEO that you can be optimize your articles. So that's how I started learning about SEO. Then I started learning technical SEO also. And I got an internship in an agency where I probably did everything about marketing from social to paid to email to a whole lot of things, even creative like designs and things like that. I also did that. After that, I got another job into it's an in-house company now. So I was a digital marketing associate then, where I now executed all those things that I have learned over time. From there, I went back to agency. Then from agency, I'm here again.
So you said you were writing like articles, like just
Mhm.
freelance
Mhm.
writing, or was it anything writing related to digital marketing?
No, 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 just writing. I got gigs. You probably want to write about a topic or something. So I just
Okay, so now
put
you're
some.
obviously not doing email marketing per se. So how did you choose what you want to do? Like your niche, how are you able to like niche down?
Okay, I think I just started. I doubled down on paid or that recently. Uh, at the early stage of my career, I usually I did everything from email marketing to design to. I think I even did some part of web development at a point in time, social media and the like. So I did everything at the beginning stage. So I understand everything, most of it. I just need to apply that understanding to it. So as that time went by, I just doubled down on paid and SE.
Sorry, last question.
No problem.
So concerning paid,
Okay.
okay, thank you. So when it comes to paid marketing, like the ads, the A/B testing, there's very limited knowledge out there for people like courses to take. So I found out that it is the one part of marketing that most social media managers run from, because I mean the company does not want to give you money to like test, to like practice, and I mean without that you'd barely have any practice. So how did you learn it? Were you just like just making mistakes along the way and learning from it, or did you take courses?
Okay, so for paid, actually, to be honest, I started with my sister's business for paid. So at the end of every month, I take out of my salary, then run ads for her free, yeah, just to test out everything. I run ads for her, then I tested the waters and just see how things. The first campaign I actually ran was a total failure. With 5,000 naira, I was targeting the whole of Nigeria. It was a total failure, to be very honest. So after that campaign, I thought of it that okay, is it because my ads are actually very scarce? And one issue I actually had with that campaign is that most people that were ordering were out of Lagos, and she only delivered in Lagos. Even some part of Lagos to be specified. That's around Surulere, Ikorodu, Surulere, those kind of that access. So most people were reaching out, we can't deliver to you. So that's waste of money. So I learned that part that okay, you reduce the scope of your targeting, then that's how I continue to learn over time and things like that. And regarding course, I I think I did Meta's course. I think so. I don't know if I completed that though. But I saw one course by Aleph, Aleph, a course for paid marketing. So you can check and try that out and see what it's how it's like. You know,
That can give you an idea. But I think that's actually focused on more of like social. I don't know. So, but it's a good start to try out. But the honest truth is, you have to get your hands dirty with paid ads. That's just the way to learn.
How was A and B testing working out for you? Is this something like you every like try out? Sorry, thank you. So how was A B testing been working out for you? Is this something you try out heavily, or like you already know what you want to do, you already know the target audience, you already know the specifics you want to go for, so you don't need to do A/B testing.
So for A/B testing, now most things I use A/B testing for is creative, design type, what appeals to people. Do you want? Do I, for example, I create a design with humans, one without humans, and that's the kind of copy that this copy speaks to emotion, this copy speaks to your exactly, and logic and things like that. So that's what I use A/B testing for. But for audience targeting, I don't usually use A/B testing for that. More of like, because I use most of interest targeting and demographics. Even demographic is, it depends on the kind of product. Um, More of like your digital, exactly, your digital footprint, what you are, what you watch online, what you search about, and things like that. So, then also I use custom data also. Yeah, custom data.
All right, thank you very much. Um, all right, so we have a question here. Says those starting out, I personally tend to get discouraged as a social media manager when I don't get results for the brands I'm working for. My question is, how do we organically grow a brand social media space? Um, yeah, this question is obviously for me. So I think first of all, right, the thing is this: social media is something that works with momentum, right? You need to so I think I'll just start with how I navigate my social media journey whenever I start, right? When I join a company. So one thing that I usually do is to carry out an audit, right? And this audit means that I am measuring the performance. And I think that, first of all, right, going in, you need to understand one thing, that there is a means to an end. People tend to think that social media is just output based, but social media is actually a performance channel, right? So you are using the output to draw the performance from that. And there is no way for you to know where you are going to if you don't know where you are right now, right? In terms of like the brand and the engagement and the performance, right? So what I do is I go and I check the analytics a year max, right? See what's been working, right? Because before I join, even before I join and I get there, I try to like follow them and sort of from an outsider's perspective before I enter inside. Because once you're in, there is a lot of nuance that is immediately cut off, right? You cannot 100% um I don't know how to explain it. There's just something that happens when you are a social media manager. I'm sure you guys understand. Where it's like you cannot 100% relate to watching it, like just you are just engaging it, right? Unlike you creating the content, yeah, you'll always be partial, right? So I take the first couple of weeks, right, to look at their content from the outsiders, from the outside, right, looking in. I sort of get this sense, an outsider's perspective, right? Then I get in, and then I look inward, and then I usually have to draft a report. I tend to draft a report to tell them, this is what I've seen, this is what has happened, this is what I think we need to do. So there are things that need to be done. So usually I tend to start out with like platform tweaks, right? What is it that we need to optimize? Do we need to pay for, say, a LinkedIn premium? Do we need to enable this feature? Do we need to do that? Because the truth is this, there are sort of like technical things that you need to do, right? Maybe if you notice that a platform hasn't been using music, right? Do you want to explore music if a platform hasn't been using reels, right? You need to start with where you are. It's not a cookie cutter approach where it's like, oh, The when I was working with a previous company called Ayata, when I did a brand audit, the problem that I had found out at the time was that they were getting momentum that they were not optimizing, right? When you look at it for Wise, when I joined Wise, I noticed that it was that we were getting momentum, but it was not sustained, right? So for the other guys, it's a thing where if you're going to solve a problem, it has to be based on the case that you are dealing with. So I can't give you like a one clear approach, but I think that you need to first, when you join, do a brand audit. In fact, if you've not done a brand audit, I think the first thing you need to do when you are trying to measure the health of your social channels is to do an audit. Get a sense of what people are saying. If you are even able to like get your friends involved, you can tell them, oh, what do you think of this content, right? I saw that you've been liking this content. Are you liking it because I'm the one managing it, or do you actually really like the content? Can you give me your feedback on the content? Because it's usually the people that are really engaging that tend to just see the content as it pops up. So getting their idea, the perspective would help in that context, right? And then you now move from there. What has been working, what has not been working? Because for everything that is not working that you just keep putting out, you are losing placement, right? And this algorithm would see that people are not engaging it and judge the value of your channel based off of that. So you don't want to keep doing the same thing, right? I think that's the good thing about social media. You can always experiment, right? For a platform like Twitter, you can put 100 tweets in a day, right? See what works, what does not work. You filter out of it, right? So I think that as a social media, you need to ensure that you treat the channel as a performance channel, carry out your audit so that you have a plan going in. So it doesn't mean that they give you access to a social media platform and then you're already building content. Because the truth is this, you cannot create a strategy if you don't carry out that audit because you don't have a direction, right? So I think that's my advice to the person who is having issues managing. Okay, yeah, sorry. Your name?
My name is Felix. I'm not asking a follow-up question. This is a fresh question. So it seems almost everybody on the PGUS growth team has agency experience. Sorry, carry wise. Right. Sorry about that. And we know agencies the ghetto in Nigeria, at least most of them, suffering, you doing a lot of work. And a lot of us here will never get the opportunity to work in a company as structured as Carrywise. And I think my question is, now you are in a structured company, you're in a company with organization. When you get somebody new under your wing, what's like your process for making sure the person learns the rope pretty quickly and gets up to speed and gets good? And like this is open to like
Anyone? Yeah, because I was going to say this is a question for everyone here. So yes, you are actually correct. In fact, I think that was one decision, like one of the deciding factors that our team lead looked out for when he was hiring people. And the truth is, yes, like agencies, the ghetto. I think he has the most recent agency experience because he left an agency to join Wise. For me, and I actually just had someone who has been helping me out recently. Usually, it starts out with, what do I need help with? Right? Because when you're working in an agency, and an agency is very good, like, I mean, it is the ghetto, but I will say this, right? I think that's something that people tend to miss when they start out their career, because everybody is looking for a niche. I don't think you're supposed to start out with a niche. I think you're supposed to explore 360 marketing, right? During my time, 360 marketing was web, social, and email, right? And I had to learn web. I tried SEO. I hated SEO. I'm not even gonna lie, right? So, but the rudimentaries are still there, so much that it facilitates conversation faster. You are not kept in the dark. So I can easily pick his brain on certain things. And in fact, there are even certain things I can just do on my own. There are articles that I can write. I know that he will still do his SEO touch on the article that I write. But at the end of the day, I'm not writing an article that feels like he has to mechanically restructure because, I don't have that context, right? So, yeah, I would agree that, see, I've been in agency before, and I would say it's like do your agency stuff and get out of the ecosystem. But I wouldn't particularly call it the ghetto. I think it's good for you if you are transitioning from junior to mid-level. But once you have built that mid-level experience, or if you're even trying to be a mid-level manager, you don't want to do that in an agency. But when someone joins me, right, it's a cross between two things. What do they want to do and what do I need help with? Right. So someone calls me and then I'm like, see, there is a lot of grunt work that comes with, sorry, I'm getting a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of grunt work that comes with social, right? My job is not just social media. It's also ensuring that we facilitate like other processes, right? Like there's offline social as well, there's community engagement as well, there is brand advocacy included, right? What do I need help with? What is it that I cannot work with? When we were looking for the person who was going to assist, I remember saying these are the list of things that we need help with. And I remember thinking, can we get one person that can do everything? The question was no, right? But I remember seeing this person and I was like, this person is 80% what I am looking for, because I know that if this person comes in, they would achieve 80% of what I need help with, right? And I kept asking, can you create content? And he was like, no, I can't create content. His name is Lincoln, by the way, right? He was like, can you create content? I was like, you can't create content. I was like, I remember going to meet Timmy because Timmy was the one who helped with the hiring, and I was like, "Can we get someone who can do this and create content?" And Timmy said that, "Are you a thief?" Right? Because it's like you can't always get it all, but you want to be able to strike that balance. And when he joined in, I asked him, right? This is what I need help with. This is what I need you to do. This is what we need to achieve with this channel. What can you do and what would you want to also do, right? So he came and he was like, oh, I also want to learn to create communities and everything. Okay, do it. Because the truth is this: if someone is not enthusiastic about what they do, it does not matter how much or how well they can do it, you won't get the best output from it. So I think that you need to also like work on ensuring that they're enthusiastic about what they do, while also ensuring that they are also contributing actively. And I think the last one before I pass it on is that you need to also learn to advocate for them, especially if they are very young people, right? Because advocating helps them feel seen, right? It also helps them monitor their progress, right? It is real-time feedback that also helps like portray them in as decision makers of their own right. They might not be decision makers at this time. You're probably helping them out with certain decisions. But at the end of the day, whenever I work with people like that under me, but they're working within my jurisdiction, I always say that after 4 5 months, right, I want to go on leave and hand everything over to you. I'm sorry, right? And if I can't do that, I don't think I've done my job as a leader. Yeah. So I mean, do any of you? I see your hand, by the way. I'll get to you. Yeah.
Okay, what I'll just add is that I would advise anybody starting out in the media space that you should get agency experience first. Don't jump and say you want to work at client side. Go and understand agency, because agency gives you, as she said, the 360 degree of everything you want to learn. You have everything in it. Like if you come to the client side, there are some things they outsource and you don't get to learn about that. But with agency, you get to learn a lot about everything. I tell people, don't become a specialist when you're just starting out. Be a generalist. I can do this, I can do this, I can do that. You may find out that, oh, I wanted to do SEO, but later, no, I fell in love with content creating, or I fell in love with media buying, because you did not understand what media buying was before. So you didn't know that, oh, media buying was what I wanted to do. Or when you go to agency give you 360. You know how to pitch. You're working with account managers, you're working with strategists, you're working with sales, you're working with everybody, marketing, you're working with the cinematographers, you're working with the video team, the production team, you're working with everybody. And you can, and if you are someone that is open to learning, you can tap from each and every one of them. And also, you said how we, I feel as the HR has said from the beginning, there's a lot of process that go into hiring people. So they've like cut down a lot of, oh, this person does not understand what Carywise is doing or what we are doing from the hiring process. So you don't come in and you're looking lost. You just fit in right off. All of us came together. We all came together, four of us. We all on the same day we resumed together, and we had to like make it work. It was just two people on the team on the growth, and then when we four of us came, we just had to make it work. They were not there. Oh, you are just coming. We jumped right in. That's what they say. Jump right in. They give you just 2 days for onboarding, and you're right into the team. You understand? But our advice will still work in agency. Agency will teach you a lot. Agency will teach you how to be fast paced, because if you are saying you are working for startups, it's a very fast paced experience environment. And if you don't have that grunt, if you don't have that grit, you always get blocked, you always get burnt out almost immediately. But agent, like, I've worked with different agencies. I know how many times I've slept in offices, and I've slept in offices. I've done this, or is no, it's PSTD to me. So
But it can be fun
it
though.
can, yeah, it can be
Yeah, it
fun.
helps with your creativity a lot.
And apart from even creativity, it helps with your career advancement. Like now, if I work in an agency and all of us go to different places, I'm working in career wise now, and I need someone that I know is an SEO expert. Who will I go to? Is a person that I know we all grew up together. That was how we met Taiwo. Taiwo came through Ife. They worked together on the on paid campaigns before bringing him to Carry. So that also help you build your network when you work in agency and the likes, and it helps you expand your creativity, because client side is one. You're working with just one industry. Like now, I'm just in finance. Now I'm just in finance fintech. But before, when I was in agency, I could work on FMCGs. I could work on tech. I could work on health. I could work in any industry. So if I go to any industry and say, okay, I'm bringing this marketing agency here, it's because I've worked in that industry and I understand what they want to do.
And it's the fastest way to build your portfolio.
Yeah.
90% of what is in my portfolio
Fully.
is from agency.
Yeah.
Right. I like to put it and do like a collage and everything. But if I didn't work in that agency, I've only worked in 5 places altogether. It's just going to be 5 case studies I will have.
Yeah.
So I think it helps.
I've worked in three agencies now. Let's say Insight, Pulse, Ogive. But my portfolio, I have Nike, I have Prime, I have most of the top brands, Coca-Cola in my portfolio.
And nobody will ask you, did you do it through an agency?
I have Netflix.
You did it, you did it.
You know, Breath of Life. And I was part of the market. We did all the marketing videos for Breath of Life. So that I was the head of post production for that marketing. So it's because of agency that I was able to do that. So agency will give you a lot of room to learn.
So yeah, you had a question. Yeah. So we'll get to everyone. Yeah, we are still early.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, so my question is about. Sorry, my name is Caro. Yeah. So my question is about. It's a bit of. I'll just ask all the questions. So first of all, when it comes to organic socials, there is a bit of, and we're having this conversation during the lunch break. There's a bit of, and you made mention of it when you had your talk, right? How that every single thing that you do as a marketer, you must be able to build a funnel that can be converted to growth. And what we see most times with most brands is that it's almost as if, like, how possible is it to completely do build everything that you put out there to growth, to tie it directly to growth, right? And then for paid ads as well. um so when I look at marketing, and then especially like in this part of the country, with the ideas that go out and everything, it's almost as if there's like a particular direction where it's almost like if you want to now for marketing, if you want to think out of the box, because in your talk you mentioned like ideas, it's like you're being an outlier. I don't know if everyone can understand what I'm talking about. It's like there's a particular box where everyone is playing in. There's a template exactly that you have to follow. Exactly. So like in that kind of environment that we have in, how do you still thrive? How do you still let your creativity thrive? Do you focus on like, okay, let me express myself, let me do this thing even though nobody else is doing it? Or do you tend, what's the word now, to the industry? And yeah.
Thank you very much. So this is a very good question because I think if there's anything Wise is quite notorious for is we think outside the box. And it's very nice because it gives us a lot of leeway. And I'll get to the funnel very soon, right? To experiment, to find channels that are unexplored, right? I mean, people will look at other things and wonder. I mean, there's a reason why everybody is not doing it. But the question is, we don't know why. We want to know why it is not working, right? So look at the billboards that we had the other time, carowise.com. We didn't put anything there. That is an absurdity when you're thinking of it from a marketing perspective. Last year, I channeled a campaign called How Long Can You Last? Right? I don't know who can remember a particular video that was very sultry looking, right? We put it on Instagram and on Twitter, and it was just a video of me dragging somebody into what was supposed to be a room. And so just how long can you last? The idea was to just get people to visit the website. It was supposed to be a traffic campaign. Did people visit the website? Yes, a lot of people went to that particular page on that day. Did they convert? No, right? Because the how long can you last ended up just being a test for you to know how long your emergency funds can last you, right? But I mean, it was a way of exploring what you call rage bait, right? For content. And Wise will always give you the opportunity to think outside. But I think that's even the beautiful thing about working here is that you don't feel like you are doing retail investing by the books, right? Now, speaking about your funnel, the funnel is not only owned by Organic Social. So that's the nice thing because for this funnel, you have awareness, engagement, acquisition, then you have upselling, cross selling, you have the advocacy, and then you bring it back, right? For me, as an organic social person, I have to think of, right, awareness. That is probably the major thing. How can I increase mind share, right? How can I ensure that to an extent the share of voice keeps increasing, right? So things simple metrics would be like how many times do people mention carry wise in a month, right? Before I now ask the question of what are they talking about, right? That's what I concern myself with, right? Engagement also is also something I concern myself with. But engagement isn't just also for me to concern myself with, it's also for other people as well, right? Someone like Timmy, whose work is for campaign, is for post acquisition, because for us to have your email, you must have probably signed up, right? So his job will now focus on the after acquisition, which is the upselling and cross selling. So you have topped up your account. We need you to be able to set up an emergency fund. Or in your KYC, we notice that you're a mother. How about you open a Nest account for your child, right? Those things have different channels. I cannot come on social media and be telling our customers because my business is not to be speaking specifically to the customers. That's what you have your in-app cards for. That's what you have like your push notifications for. Those are how to sort of tailor the message exactly to the people that you want to tailor. My own is how can we keep increasing the mouth of the funnel, right? If you're increasing the mouth, the other places will be getting fatter, right? So don't think of it as something that is just the social, organic social job to do. Because if we look at it, I would say that 17% of my work focuses on the pre-acquisition. So financial education, product education, awareness, culture, advocacy, increasing UGC, things like that. I think that's what we focus on. And then it's like a tag team, right? So everybody's holding hands and we're just like, okay, this and person does it and hands it over to the next person. And it's not just a marketing thing. CX is also in charge of advocacy, right? Product growth is both an engineering issue as much as it is a product issue. In Onkari wise, we have such a system where everybody is almost always a good person, because everything you do at the end of the day is tied to the goods, is tied to the customer, right? So a CX person would, in fact, there are certain channels that you'd be surprised that it is the CX people that manage. There are certain sentimental analysis that every Monday, Precious will drop something and it is actually from CX. And we use that information to now determine, okay, this is where most people that signed up are coming from. Maybe that will help us with our information, right? So again, it's like everybody is involved in the process, not just an organic social thing, right? For paid, lucky for him, his own is just, it's funny as a bit shorter, right?
It's not short.
Ah, sorry. All right.
The funnel is it's will I say it's shorter, but it's more complex though. Because for every business person, every investor, they want ROI, return on investment on what they are spending. So if I'm spending 1 million for ads now, you don't come and report impressions and clicks for me. You should be reporting sign-ups, investments, and things like that. So that's the thing. So when it comes to funnel things like that, so exactly cost per acquisition. So when it comes to things like that, so just look at the funnel like being like a tag team, just like she has said. So she creates the impressions, she gets everybody used to carry wise. Then I come and tell you, okay, now you've been laughing since morning. You are used to carry wise. Sign up now. Now you signed up, invest, and things. That's just picture the funnel like that. So that's how it is. Then your other question when you talked about things being the norm. Mm, is there a norm in Nigeria? I actually doubt that though. I think I doubt that.
There's just something everybody does.
Okay, there's something everybody do. But actually, we are seeing people branch out recently, even if some of them are failing. But I think it's actually great. It's great for the markets, great for creativity now. We are seeing I think one thing is that young people are now becoming executives in companies. So they understand the markets, they understand what is going on there. I think some months ago, I don't want to say years ago, I saw something from um, some film from Fermi. What's that? Sinoa.
Yeah.
There's a post they made comparing gray. That's that's something that is new. I don't think I've seen that before. So I think the market is becoming more. Yeah, people are experimenting more with the
Yeah,
market.
and also, sorry, because I need to hand over to her. You guys might think that she's an output person, but she's also a performance person. She's in charge of our YouTube channel. Like, there is nobody on our team that is not performance driven, because you are going to have a channel that you are managing. So she's our YouTube. Like, if you're thinking YouTube, you might want to think social media, because it's supposed to be a social channel, but it's actually her channel to manage. So
Oh, so his question was the norms. I think if you do target audience analysis, Nigeria is a target audience, and basically we want the same thing. It's just like now. Yes, everybody will say they don't like Nigerian movies, but at the end of the day, what are you watching?
people are watching it.
Because you can relate to it. You will say you want American movies, you only watch American movies in the cinemas if you are being truthful to yourself. If you are watching YouTube, you are watching Nigerian movies. Even if it's stupid. We all say Nigerian YouTube movies are stupid, but we are seeing 2.3 million. We are seeing 5 million. Who is watching it? Achalugo was 10 million. Who is watching it? It's Nigerians. Yes, so there's still going to be that same direction. Like, but when one person can hack another thing and goes, everybody still go like that. Like now, see this billboard thing now that we did. carrierice.com. I've seen another brand too that did it that said we don't write too much. Just I forgot the name of that brand. You understand? So
trust yourself then, yeah.
so everybody is doing the same thing, and you may think it's not necessary, but it is. Just like now, you say nobody watches NTA, but if you want to send a message to the whole of Nigeria, you use what? You use NTA. It costs you million. There was a time I wanted to do something. It costs you millions. Like we are looking at close to 100 million to do ads on NTA. I'm telling you. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. NTA is Nigeria. NTA is not Lagos. And most people think the mistake most people make is that Nigeria is Lagos.
Yeah.
Nigeria is not Lagos. Lagos is just a portion of Nigeria.
There are brands and businesses and musicians that are bigger. For example, Yemi Alade. Yemi Alade is the biggest artist,
Yeah.
female artist
In
in Africa.
Yes.
Yemi Alade cannot shut down Lagos for anything. Tiwa Savage will do that, but nobody knows Tiwa Savage outside of Lagos.
Yemi Alade was nominated now. Tiwa Savage has never been nominated. Just look at like
Flavor
that.
is big in Nigeria. It's big in the east, but in Lagos,
It's
like,
not.
I mean, people
Or
would
final
probably,
or
yeah,
something.
exactly.
So that's just it. We still the same target audience we are looking at. Just look at what unique thing you can do to branch out, but you still have to follow the same. Like this is the model of brand. This what can I do differently with this model? Because you may shoot a very nice video, but Nigerians won't watch it. Like all these futuristic movies that they are doing. Is we are not Americans. And Nigerians, all those fighting, yeah, they give me two. You understand? All those, that's what we can relate to. And that's what even the diaspora will be like, oh, that is what I want to watch because that's what I remember in my when I'm in Nigeria. So that's just it. Look for what works for your target audience. It's just like now. You may if you are running an ad, a UGC ad, you may not necessarily use all the old cameras, make it so light, like using light and everything. It will not go far. But you see that video that you shoot with your phone, we go more viral. That's just it. So you need to understand your target audience and know, yes, this is the norms, but what can I do to make it more unique? What can I use to branch out? Okay.
So, so I'm picking on it's there has to be a balance between, because as marketers you read a lot of stuff, a lot of case studies, you're looking at what other people are doing outside, super creative, super amazing stuff, but then you still have to find what works for your audience and your culture. Okay, amazing.
So if I would tell everyone here now that, for example, if I have a business in, say, Ondo State, and I call you or your marketers and I say, I want to launch this business in Ondo State, I know the first thing that will come to your mind is running ads, But I did a campaign in Ondo State one day and running ads didn't perform in Ondo State. Just guess what performed? Radio. It's radio ads. Radio ads performed excellently there. So that's why you must understand your audience, understand demographics exactly, then understand the culture where you are again. Because there are some things you say somewhere and you don't have to say it somewhere else. So it's just an exactly knew what and they would exactly. So you knowing your audience is the key thing to everything.
Okay. So we have one question here. When you newly started social media marketing, did you have any idea of content creation and editing? Because much earlier, content creation wasn't much of a thing, and currently they work hand in hand. You need good editing to make good content to promote your social media. Well, I mean, my own part is a bit different because I've had a lot of interesting stories. So, first of all, I was very young and I had a lot of time on my hands, right? I think that is something you should always use your youth to your advantage. I'm 28 now. I know it's not old, but there are certain things that I cannot pull right now because body go tell me. Right. When I was young, I used to do, in fact, I've used a laptop to the point where it caught fire. I'm not joking. It was on for 3 days. I was doing video editing on that laptop. I was doing animation. So when I started social media, I never started social media I started out as a writer and I explored writing from any single opportunity that I could find. If there was a website that needed writing, I wrote. If there was an email that needed to go out, I wrote. If there was an ad that needed that needed copy, I wrote. If there was an article that needed to be written, I wrote. Right. In fact, one very interesting story that I have. Right. On my CV, you would see 2D animation there. I'm not that good in 2D. In fact, it's a running joke internally where any small thing they'll be like, Premiere Pro, right? Right. Because I mean, I don't know how to use Premiere Pro, but I'm not lost why? Because when I joined a team, right, I was the team lead for content, right? So they had another team for media production, but they saw that they couldn't lead themselves, so they merged it and I became the team lead. And then I'll be having questions like, Alpha, how long is it gonna take you to finish this 5 minutes education video? In fact, we are creating content for LBS, right? The learning materials and everything. That was the project we are working on. Like this 5 minutes intro video, how long will it take? And they'll be telling you 4 days. Okay. I mean, you could use 4 days, but I'm sure you could also use 2 days. I mean, maybe you can use one day, but I'm not going to confront you because I don't know. Do you know what I did? I learned how to do it. So that the next time you come to me and you're telling me it's going to take, I'm like, no. In fact, bring it. I will even give you something more. I will give you a task that is 4 days worth of work. Let me take this one just so that I can prove you wrong. Right. But then it was also from a perspective of always wanting to learn, always wanting to be involved in the process in whatever way I possibly can. If it's going to take the level of curiosity that made you a creative, you need to turn it up to the max. Because when you get old, in fact, we are old people. I'm not even going to tell you. We are pushing 30, if not, we've even pushed it already, right? You won't be able to do some things. Now I'm working on just cowrie wise and it feels like the whole world is on my neck. When I was young, I would do 360 campaign for United Capital. I was doing it the same time with Magrelos. I was creating content en masse. No chat GPT then, nothing. I was creating articles, writing upselling emails with everything. They would launch a product and I was the only one on the project, right? Just because that youth was there. So I would say that yes, once you lead with curiosity and you create an internal system that ensures that every time something pops up, you are not threatened, you're curious. And which is why I always tell you, AI, do not feel threatened by AI. What you want to do is to hone that skill so that you become indispensable. Treat every tool like a skill that is worth having, right? So that at the end of the day, you become that level of indispensability there. Nobody is indispensable, but at the end of the day, like the stress of hiring somebody else and but content creation would not be an issue for someone like me, even if content creation became 6 years into my career, because I just want to do it. Like the minute it just comes, I just try it, right? TikTok editing is stressful for me. It frustrates me a lot. I don't understand how people do it. CapCut, right? I have a group chat where I just tell them, see, add this thing. But the truth is, if they leave, will I be able to do it? Yes. Will it take me a long time? A longer time than it would take for a seasoned CapCut user? Yes. But it's not going to be from a lack of, it's not going to be because of a skill gap, right? So it's also, as you're going up the ladder, don't lose those skills, because just because you can delegate a task does not mean that you should not have the skill. So I hope that, okay, I thought it's a I don't like question. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question. Yeah, I know somebody here was raising a hand here. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, your name and so your question.
Hello, my name is Ngozi. So okay, backstory. I work with a startup, so I basically do like almost everything: email, SEO, social media, and the rest. So, so, but okay, I started. My question is to the SEO guy. So my boss just told me one day, write search engine optimized articles. I'm like, what's that? And me, I'm coming from a biology background. I read biology in school, and I'm just getting into the marketing space. I'm like, what's that? So I put my hands to it. Like the third article that I wrote ranked first on Google. So my question now is, okay, SEO now. I'm hearing AEO, AIO, GEO, all those things. I'm like, what's happening? It's like everything is evolving, and I'm like, okay, how do you now stay? How do you stay relevant? And how is it a different tactics to be able to now to rank on AI overview? I mistakenly ranked on AI overview one time like that. I don't even know how I did it. But how do I consistently, and I think I like SEO more. How do I now stay? How do I do this intentionally and know that okay, I want to rank on AI. I want to make sure I do this. I just like it really. I even do and sometimes I take up jobs like side jobs. They do I do technical SEO for them. That's all the back end things. It's just it can be too much in my head because I think you understand SEO can be a lot, but I don't know. I think I want to stick with that, but I'm not going to leave out the other side. So how do I stay? How do I beat this AI, GO, all this? Because I'm just in a lot of things on Twitter from all those big guys who'll be talking a lot of things. I'm like, what is happening? So
Sorry, I want to add to her question, like kind of what she said. So it's like marketing is really vast, like, and then for those of us that are like starting out, you're starting with inbound marketing, for example. So you are doing email, you are doing the copywriting and all of that. But how do you grow in that? Like, how do you grow deep in what you're doing and still be able to carry on all the other knowledge? Like, you're not exactly foreign to every other thing, but again, you still want to grow deep. I mean, I hear that you're supposed to, yes, you're supposed to do everything, but like, how achievable really is that? And how do you now grow in what you are doing and advance enough to pick up all these other things so that when the time comes, you can fly?
I'll just say something that you're responsible for you.
Exactly.
Nobody is responsible for you. You're responsible for what you want to do. I remember when I was in school, I was in media department. That was why I even branched to media from human anatomy. And I learned sound, I learned live streaming, I learned videography, I learned with short films, pictures, everything. Like I was an hustler in school, everything. And the knowledge I got from there is still what I apply in my life to now. So the deeper you want to go depends on you. How far you want to go depends solely on you. Ask questions. There are sometimes I've come to meet Taiwo. I said, guy, how far this SEO thinking? What is it about? Because I need it for my YouTube page. I need it for my YouTube channel. I need to understand what are the keywords people are looking for so that we understand the videos to shoot. It doesn't make sense. I just shoot video and at the end of the day we're having 20 likes, 30 likes. Why don't you shoot videos that this is what people want to listen to? And if I don't have an understanding about SEO, I won't I won't be able to do that. Ask questions and is you may not get that from every workplace, but CareerWise is a place that you can work. See, it's even part of your goals that you work with different departments. It's part of your goals that you work with all the departments, like CX, growth, portfolio. That's how you understand the 360 of CareerWise. So I would advise you look for people that have the skills that you don't have and ask questions. How can I do this? That's it.
So I want to add to this because I know that yes, it feels like a motivational speech, but she's actually right, right? I think that being in a role where you are the only one doing everything is both a blessing and a curse, right? Because the curse is that, in fact, Seth, the more you enter marketing, the more you feel like it can never be enough. Right now, I'm the one managing all the social media channels plus other like organic social buckets. And then you find out that there are people who are being paid salary to just do Facebook. Yeah, I've heard of something like head of UGC. I've heard of people who are being paid to just run ads on one channel. And I'm like, in the same space. But the truth is this, you want to think of it as branching out. So you start from the roots, you get immersed in the stem, you build, and then you decide. Because there is no way for you, think of it as a buffet. You probably would not know what is nice and what is palatable to you until you try everything. Unfortunately for you guys, there is now more to try. Because I ain't gonna lie, I don't know anything about AIO. I know there is AIO. I've thought that I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try and explore it one day, right? But I can't even begin to imagine. I empathize with you, honestly, having to start from a place where your niche is even having niches, right? We started with three different facets of marketing, and then creator economy came, and then it was just another branch. But the more you go inside, the more you are seeing more frameworks that you have to explore. You still owe it to yourself to explore to whatever extent that you can push yourself to explore, right? And then take a step back and decide that, okay, this is what I'm going to focus on. Do not make the decision to settle on a niche until you are self-sufficient as a creative. Let me just put it that way. Yeah, so the SEO question.
Okay, so for SEO, writing SEO articles, I think the baseline there is just answering questions. People are asking questions every day on Google. So, do you have an answer to the question? Even for Gen AI, generative optimization, AI optimization, and everything. The base is, do you have an answer to the question? That's it. You said you ranked on AI overview one day. The, just do you have a screenshot of it? You can just go and look at that again. You answered a question. That's just the basis. So once you are able to answer a question and you're able to structure your article in a way that the algorithm understands it, that means I'm talking about, your H1, H2, H3, what should be in your H3, what should be lists, even. You are good to go in SEO.
So we only have space for one more question because we do have a task for you. Hey.
Yeah, let's just do the two.
Okay, you know what? If there is a way we can merge the questions together, can you guys just give your questions and then we'll just run through them quickly? Yeah. So yeah, introduce yourself. So lady. No
Okay.
men. Okay. I'm so sorry. I didn't. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, hi, my name is Chaluka. So I just wanted to ask, in this marketing space, like where does developer advocates now fall? Are they in this space or are they somewhere else?
Developer advocacy.
Yes.
Oh, so okay. So I'm so sorry because it's a very yeah. Continue. Lady in green. I can dress very well.
Thank you. Thank you. And my name is Lebechi. So I have like multiple questions. One is so you said you don't do paid ads majorly. Like even the CTO mentioned that you guys don't really do paid ads. So I want to know how you get more people to like more new segment of people through organic social media. Then for Taiwo, I want to know how you optimize your ads, like target audience, custom audience. You do that. What works for your ads when you run ads? Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sherry. My question is for three of you. So let's say you were taken from Cowrywise and put in a place where there's nothing, there's no structure. All you have is a product that is barely a product, and you have to start the social media pages. What would you do? Like you have to start the whole marketing from the ground up. What do you do? What would you advise someone like me who works with brands like that?
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. Starting with your brand advocacy, developer advocacy. I'm so sorry. Um. So first of all, I will say that there are certain niches that might be a little too niche for the market. And I'm talking about, first of all, the market, the business market, and maybe a little too niche for a career, right? Because you want to think of how many developer advocacy roles are actually there, out there, right? Right here, we don't have, in fact, let me even tell you one very widespread role that CareerWise does not have, right? Quality assurance. We don't have quality assurance is spread across everybody. Everybody has to test. Everybody has to experience the app. Whatever it is that you need password, will give you. You want the NIN, you will get. You want date of birth, we have it. Yami is not here. She's the one who facilitates the quality assurance process, right? Nigeria doesn't have a lot of money, and most businessmen with like business acumen like to get like more than enough value for buck. That's why you'd see that we lean a little too much on the organic aspect, and we even just started introducing paid as a role this year, right? So I would say that the role that developer advocacy plays, right? I think whoever is doing being a developer advocate needs to sort of widen that niche a bit to look at how you can be a growth engineer, right? Start from growth engineering, because growth and marketing engineering is a role that would always be in demand. You can lean into the engineering side, you can lean into the growth side, right? If we are always in need, we're always reaching out to engineers, and they are too busy. They are working on the big stuff. They can't help us tweak one thing. They can't, it will take a lot of time. But if you have someone who is well versed with those tools and everything, I think that is something that a lot of big companies, I know that Paystack has a growth engineer, right? They have a growth PM, they have a growth data analyst, right? So I think that that would help to now moving on to developer advocacy, because realistically, remember when I talked about idealism and realistic, there are some things that are ideal in itself, right? There are a lot of things. In fact, I would even say that in the career-wise process, there are still a lot of things that we think that ideally I cannot work on Twitter and Instagram at the same time. But will I do it? Of course. Like, will I say I'm not going to do it? I'm going to do it, right? And I have to ensure that those things perform well, right? When we get to the stage where we can streamline it, we'll do it. For your organic and paid dichotomy that you were talking about, with before these two roles was one. I was the one that it was called organic and paid social when I joined Carolwise, right? And it was a thing where it was like 95.5%. And the whole idea of branching out started with, is there an agency? I remember it was just is there an agency we can just give 1 million naira to, let us see what they can do, right? And then we tested, and then we found an agency, and then we started seeing just how intricate the entire process was, and then the conversation of converting it into a role started, right? I think that when you are looking at B2C, there is nothing that does better than having the best organic reach. It saves you a lot of money, right? And think about it this way. If CarryWise comes and says CarryWise is good, we can draft 1,000,001 things and say CarryWise is good. If everybody is on that saying that you people have not given me my money since morning, anybody that goes there is obviously not going to believe our word. In fact, if we even go and be like, whenever we clap back on people, people often, there are some people that are always like, oh, I'm like, no, because we do have advocates that can go under, understand the nuances. People will go through that thread and get the sense of that wholesomeness of the brand, right? There is nothing that can do wonders for you, right? If you're even looking at cutting costs, like having a good organic foundation, right? And one thing that we would always rely on is the power of like organic referral. And that's how it usually works. We've seen it in conversations. If you want to save money, if someone tells you use CBEX, you will use CBEX because you probably trust the person that is telling you to use CBEX because the person has experience, Abby, you know. That is the way it is, right? You want to create a word of mouth engine that just helps people, right? In spaces that you cannot reach, in spaces that the algorithm will not be able to reach, in spaces that your leg cannot carry you to. Are there things that you can put in place to ensure that you have people there who are having very good experiences, that whenever that conversation comes up, they are right there to advocate for you? Yeah. So, yeah. No, this one is a master class on its own, because we do referral everywhere. I think, like, if there was a way, do we even do referral for paid? I'm sure if there was a way, we would figure it out eventually, right? Everybody finds a way to reinforce referral and get, like, if there is one thing that we are very averse to, plainly, we will never do referral for cash, right? But are we able to provide an experience that reinforces itself? The person that is doing in-app, is there a way he can do the referral? In fact, if someone calls me and then they finish talking to me, if there is a referral opportunity, we'll maximize it, right? If you message CX, sometimes you see that after they message you, they'll send you a nice little design. It's referral engine, right? It's looking for ways that you can use to, right, organically and also engineered, because organic does not have paid under. I mean, there's paid organic, but you want to be able to also engineer it, because organic cannot be controlled. Whatever you can control is engineered. So I think,
A question.
yeah,
Starting out the brand.
you need to research.
I think she has answered it already
Exactly.
when she said you do your brand
Audit,
audit,
yeah.
do your brand
Do your
audit.
research. What industry are you playing with? Who are the biggest guys? Who are the people that you need to fight now? And who are the people that you need to be gunning for?
So I would
In brand that is fairly new, like nobody has done something like that before. So you
a
don't have
blue
to
ocean,
just
A
pass through.
new,
all these blue
Yeah.
ocean companies,
Sorry?
blue ocean companies. That's what they call them.
Oh,
New. So I think what you just do is that. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of marketing courses. So I'll
it's
just
not, you
use.
won't start with marketing now. You actually have to start with your research, your
Yes,
audience
that's
research.
it.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I'm doing a lot of marketing courses now. That's what I'm saying. So you need to do your SWOT analysis. You need to do your personal analysis. SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, threats. Personal is political, economical, legal, technological, economical, and the likes, like, and social. So you need to understand those. You need to build your business persona. Like, who are you talking to? You build, like, okay, this is Omolade. Omolade is a this, making around this, living in this. So from there, you'll be able to build, okay, what does Omolade need? What am I offering that Omolade need? And how can I communicate to Omolade that she needs this thing? That will also, as I said, like, how can I take her through all those funnels and ensures that she converts? Those are the things you need to do a lot of. You don't need to do a lot of marketing, all those. Leave social media. Do a lot of research. Your research will tell you what to put on social medias and what not to put on social media. How to communicate effectively to your brand, and look at as if SWOT. If you do your competitors analysis, you know what other people have done, your competitors have done, and how they've succeeded in that, and how can you use it to in your own brand, and how can you be better. It's just like if you take a fashion brand, for example, you have these what is it, all these big fashion brands. Look at it, what have they done? How have they made it? Like this Tom and Rum, what is the name of that? Tough and Rumble. The woman is a very big fashion icon. Look at what she has done. Her mistake. What are her strengths? What are her opportunities? What are her weaknesses? And those are the things you use to draw out an analysis for your own brand.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of our panel session. So the next, are we doing it here?
No, we are not doing it here.
Okay. So right now we want to move. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, guys. So,
Thank you.
okay, so we had like a very, very full itinerary planned for you guys, right? And a very full day. Unfortunately, we're a bit behind schedule. So we're like 1 hour behind schedule. So now there are two things, right? There's a task that I wanted you guys to do. Will you be willing to still take the time out to do it? It's supposed to be fun, interactive. So is this something you'll be willing to take the time out to do, and then we round up? Oh, okay, awesome. So I'm just going to go and chase all Karuwai staff from the kitchen to give you room to do the task. So just explain the task to them and all
Oh,
that.
okay. Let me get a brief summary from Ife at the back. Ife, what do you want them to do? What do you want them to do?
Basically, it's just like split them into like who's doing SEO, email,
Groups.
yeah, different
Many
groups, and
groups.
then we'll give them one task, and then everybody has to like achieve the this thing.
So you divide them into email, SEO, and social.
Exactly.
There are 25. How do you split?
They don't pick.
So they pick
Yeah.
among themselves.
Yes, and they have to come up with their own how.
So they can we can do two groups. This group can have their email guys, their SEO guys, their social guys.
How about you? So wait.
Okay, so if is going to give you guys a campaign to work on, but you're going to have to split yourselves into groups. So we're going to split two different groups. So in each group, you should have your email person, you should have your SEO person, and you should have your socials person. No. I'm just saying, like everybody, you should have those people in your group. Do you understand? So email, two groups, just ensure that you have email, a person or two. It can be more. Email, social, SEO. Those are the three, yeah, that we covered. So by 25, that is an odd number. So that means one group will be more than the other. So let's do first 12 will be from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So let's cut it like this. So this is group one and this is group two. You might need to move to the kitchen to do your task. So you need to know each other so that you don't. Do you understand? So how many email people do you have here? Email. No. You have to work together, come up with it, then you present. Do you understand? But if I need to give you details of the campaign, she hasn't given you that. So we need, how many email people do you have here? Two. Social. SEO. Okay. So email. How many email people do we have here? We have email here. You and okay. Social. Okay. SEO. SEO. Do we have is SEO? Emails. Great. You covered them. So like this is group one, this is group two. So if I need to come and give you the details of the campaign so you can start working on it. Ife, where's Ife? Ife cannot leave me now. How do I turn this?
Okay, can they hear me now? They have to start from beginning. Okay, yeah. So I said for the guys who are remote, I mean you can't join a team. So basically, what we're expecting at this point is for you to put yourself as a one-man team. What is the best approach to launch these products, right? Are you going to be converting everything to an email campaign? Do you want to start from the outside in, inside out? Pick one thing. You can draft something and then we'll just check our socials to see what you guys have and then we can discuss it internally. All right. Do we have any other? Hmm? All right.
Okay, yes, please. How do we turn?